Council meeting to order. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, Madam Clerk, may I have the roll?
Mayor Bell.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Brunner.
Here.
Mr. Farrell.
Here.
Ms. Kay.
Here.
Mr. Spencer.
Here.
Ms. Silverson. Here. Mr. McClellan.
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. The first agenda item is approval of the minutes of the November 5th, 2024 Town Council meeting. Council members have been provided a copy of the minutes in advance. Are there any changes or corrections to the minutes?
No, thank you.
If not, the minutes are approved as submitted. Next agenda item, citizen comments on agenda items only. Are there any citizen comments today? Mr. Fernandez.
Alex Fernandez, 418 Snow Egret. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Today, on new business, you're considering approval, authorization of adaptation and implementation of updated accounting policies and procedure manual. And one of the items that it's been close to me is with reference to financial reporting. I know that the website now is beginning to show, or starts to show, our financials on a monthly basis. I know that the new procedure manual shows on a quarterly basis to be released to the public, which I have no problem with that it would be on a quarterly basis. My only suggestion to the council would be to put a date on when that financial reporting should be accomplished, meaning if you have July, August, September quarter, when does the finance department should release that report? Will it take her 60 days, 90 days? I think a 45-day limit would be reasonable for those numbers to be available to the council and to the public. So I would suggest and ask that when you consider this resolution that you implement a time date on that reporting of the quarterly financials. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Any other citizen comments? Mr. Ibsen.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Ibsen. I'm the owner of Dolphin Architects and Builders and also serve on the board of directors of the Charleston Home Builders Association. I'm offering comment on tab 4 regarding the loose materials ordinance. I would start out by again thanking council and the town and the town court system for the work that they did that led to citations that were initially issued on this ordinance being dismissed for all builders. I know that was greatly appreciated by the building community. I also would express appreciation for the new wording that has been crafted on this ordinance. Having said that, I would still advocate for elimination of the provision within the ordinance that addresses dumpster requirements. I think we still feel that that's going to lead to just some unintended consequences. I'll offer just a quick personal anecdote on that. We also build over on Daniel Island, and I was at job sites yesterday morning. Early in the morning, we're required to put tarps on dumpsters over there, and so I started my morning pulling neighbors' kitchen trash bags off the top of that dumpster, along with 2 dog waste bags that I got to crawl around and try and pull off before we pulled the tarp back to open it up. So that's just an operational thing that we don't feel like our guys should have to deal with out on construction job sites, and it's been widely discussed and reported on the island that that's a regular issue our folks are confronting with this. We also would advocate for there being some kind of warning system within that if there is such a provision in place, just to have code enforcement officials have the ability to offer some kind of warning before actually issuing a citation. last but not least, I would just comment on, based on follow-up meetings we've had between council meetings, an appreciation that we have the wheels turning with Ms. Tillerson on establishing a builders council that it looks like is going to meet with town officials first in January, and we plan on having that group probably gather a couple times a year just to provide a forum and a sounding board for builders and the town to communicate on these issues, and for us as a builders community to try and address concerns of the town in a proactive way. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ibsen. I don't want to comment at this juncture on the substance of the ordinance. We'll get to that, but to briefly touch upon two of the other issues you raised. And before doing so, I want to acknowledge and thank you and your fellow builders that have met with the town and in very good faith way expressed your concerns and considerations. We are separately in the process of developing code enforcement policies and procedures that I would hope would address some of the issues that you and others have raised. The idea at the end of the day is to encourage compliance with the town's ordinances. It's not to punish. We don't need the revenues. Yes, if you have repeat offenders, that may be the hammer that you need to use, but that's in process. And then as part of that process, we look forward to the opportunity to sit down with you, and that would involve all the town's departments, zoning, building, code enforcement, and look forward to having an ongoing dialogue with the Builders Association or Council about these and other related issues. But thank you. Ms. McIlvaine.
Maura McIlvaine, 146 Blue Heron Pond Road. So I rise, which I didn't think I was going to do, in favor of the ordinance. And I have sympathy for builders who may have been taken by surprise. If you don't follow the town and you don't follow the ordinances and you don't come to the meetings and watch them on recordings, you may not have known that the dumpster rule was coming in. I was here for all the discussions and was one of the people advocating for it. So this isn't a gotcha. It's really, as the mayor says, it's not to get revenue. But from the homeowner standpoint, let me tell you why I think it is necessary. Currently on my street, there are 6 or 7. I have a very short street, 6 or 7 building projects, all with dumpsters, some with 2. The one right next door, we get styrofoam, we get the wrappers from lunch, we get the wrappers from the snacks, we get everything. And then by Saturday morning, when the crows and the vultures and anyone else, raccoons, get in there, the whole area around the dumpster looks like someone had a wild party. I mean, everything is out. Now, you know, it's not hygienic, it's not sightly, you know. So I do think there has to be some recognition that a tarp would solve that problem. But again, I'm not here to advocate for people sitting by the side of the road and trying to ticket people, but just be cognizant of the fact that some of us bear the consequences of not having a tarp.
Thank you, Ms. McIlvaine. Any further citizen comments? We will move on to the next agenda item, and it's a presentation, first I think by American Towers Corp. and then subsequently Crown Castle. Daniel, are you going to introduce this? Yes. Okay, just a little bit of context. We announced a couple of council meetings ago that one of the initiatives or projects we were going to be undertaking as a town was to see if there were ways we could improve our cell coverage. I think we're all aware of dead spots around the island. It's true with every provider. And so the staff had initially taken the lead on working with both the cell tower owners and the service providers, and that process continues. I'll touch upon this a little bit more, but given his background, and I probably should have at the outset welcomed Council Member Spencer. I was remiss in doing that, to joining us for his first council meeting as a sitting council member. He's in his professional career, has been involved in telecommunications infrastructure issues, both in the military and the private sector, including AT&T. So from the council's perspective, he's actually going to be overseeing this initiative and project and go forward and work closely with the staff. So this is just the beginning, and look forward, Daniel, to hearing from you and our guest.
Thank you, Mayor Belt. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, members of the council, Mr. Mayor. For those who may not know me, my name is Daniel Vincent. I'm a Planner 1 for Town of Kiowa. I work underneath John Taylor, the Planning Director. Today, we have a series of presentations that is going to focus on addressing the cellular coverage on Kiowa Island and its challenges. We'll begin with a short video prepared by town staff showcasing the current towers on the island and their specifications. Following the video, representatives from American Tower, Mark Landers, and Crown Castle, Kimberly, are going to have a few presentations and discussion. And also representatives from AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon are also in the audience are prepared to answer a few questions if y'all have any. Our objective today is to gain a clear understanding of the existing cellular coverage challenges and explore potential strategies that the town of Kiowa Island can pursue and to improve connectivity on the island. And we will show the video. Special thanks to Mike Nardelli and Neil Kynard for the drone footage and the excellent work on the video editing.
Tower number 1 is located at Cougar Point Golf Course. The total height of the tower is 80 feet. Carriers that support this tower are AT&T and T-Mobile. Crown Castle is the owner of the tower. The last upgrade date for this tower was June 30th, 2021. Tower number 2 is located at Kestrel Court. The total height of the tower is 173 feet. Carriers that support this tower are AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. American Tower is the owner of the tower. The last upgrade date for this tower was March 31st, 2022. Tower number 3 is located at the Sanctuary Hotel. The total height of the tower is 65 feet. Carriers that support this tower are AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. Kiowa Island Golf Resort is the owner of the tower. The last upgrade date for this tower was September 9th, 2022. Tower number 4 is located at Turtle Point Golf Course. The total height of the tower is 80 feet. Carriers that support this tower are AT&T and T-Mobile. Crown Castle is the owner of the tower. The last upgrade date for this tower was January 11th, 2022. Tower number 5 is located close to the Vanderhorst property. The total height of the tower is 105 feet. Carriers that support this tower are AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. Berkeley Electric is the owner of the tower. The last upgrade date for this tower was February 5th, 2024. Tower number 6 is located at Osprey Point Golf Course. The total height of the tower is 97 feet. Carriers that support this tower are AT&T and T-Mobile. Crown Castle is the owner of the tower. The last upgrade date for this tower was June 30th, 2021. Tower number 7 is located at the Ocean Course Golf Course. The total height of the tower is 70 feet. Carriers that support this tower are AT&T and T-Mobile. Crown Castle is the owner of the tower. The last upgrade date for this tower was June 30th, 2021.
Next, we'll have Mark Landers come present on behalf of American Tower.
Thanks, Daniel. Thank you, everyone else. My name is Mark Landers. I'm a sales account manager for American Tower. My primary job is to work mostly with AT&T in the east and helping them get on our towers and get those leases processed so they can get into construction and on air. So I was invited in here today to help and what we want to do today basically is to give you kind of an overview of our analysis of the island where we see the trouble spots and where we see some of the challenges for the carriers. But first, I just want to give you just a few seconds of information about American Tower. So we have a global presence. We have about 45,000 towers here in the United States, and of course, a lot more worldwide. We help our customers do about 30,000 projects in our towers every year. So that involves getting leasing paperwork done, getting all the environmental checklists done, getting all the project management done so they can get ready to do their construction and get on air. So we don't just own towers, but we have a lot of people involved in the process of helping our customers get on air, which includes engineering services. For example, we do most of our own structural analysis. Every time a carrier installs equipment on our tower or plans to install equipment, we do a full structural analysis on that, mount analysis on those, et cetera. We have site acquisition services people, and we have construction management people. And we back it up with a network operations center that's open 24/7 by 365. And that network operations center is available to any carrier or technician that needs to access the site. Maybe they're having problems accessing the site. Maybe there's a tree down over a fence, or those kinds of things. But so we respond to emergencies. We respond to all sorts of events where planning needs to be done in advance for technicians to reach a site. And as Daniel's video showed just a minute ago, this is our one tower on Kiowa Island. We've got listed as a 159-foot monopole. Now, monopole just means that it's a single structure piece of steel with the antennas hanging off of it. All three major carriers are there, so Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T, and it's the tallest tower on the island today. So I'm going to kick this presentation off to Dave Iani and Spencer Patterson. They're part of my technical sales team, and they're going to give you a little bit more detail on the analysis that we've done for the island, what the coverage looks like, and where we see some of the challenges.
Good afternoon, Dave Iani, Technical Sales Manager for American Tower, and my job is to use data to make informed decisions about our portfolio of assets and any new assets that we're looking to build or acquire. And a lot of that is driven by data that comes off of the cell phones that you're using in this very room. So if you haven't heard of it, there's a small company called Ookla out there. Their logo's in the top right-hand corner, and they scrape information off the back of applications that are on your phone. So that data actually tells me what the RF coverage looks like anywhere these phones go around. Now, it's not tracking every phone in the country, but they have a panel of about 3 million devices in the United States that report this information up to a data set that we subscribe to. That information produces images like you see on the right-hand side of the slide. It tells me where there's good coverage, which you see the green dots, or it tells me where there's poor coverage, where more of the red or the orange, to really put it in layman's terms. That information, as we kind of do analysis around our sites, it tells us whether or not a carrier, Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile, might be interested in one of our assets and to what degree. We then provide that type of information as lead opportunities to our sales team, who can bring it to the markets and help sell our assets. It also is great for meetings like this to give you guys kind of a holistic view of what the coverage may look like around your properties as dictated by your own devices. So no longer are we working on hearsay about can you hear me now over by this building. You actually have raw images to work with. That's simply put what we do. It works really well. We do this at national scale against all 45,000 of our assets regularly to kind of get a good sense of our portfolio and any new portfolios we may desire to acquire. So I have my gentleman Spencer here with me, but before I do, again, just let me recap. We do coverage demand, we do proximity analysis, we do a lot of parity analysis between different operators. And then we do a lot of also further analysis with different data sets on parcel characteristics. So there's a lot of different elements that go into this, but for the most part, what you'd be interested in is just the general coverage of Kiowa Island. And Spencer today will walk you through the specific images. We'll try not to harp on any one too long, but you'll have the deck to look at freely afterwards, is what that coverage looks like around your island. So, Spencer, come on up and show them what their coverage looks like.
Thank you, Dave, and good afternoon, everyone. So we at American Tower put together an analysis of the island, taking into account all the existing telecom assets, and ultimately determined 2 large parcels of the island that are completely neglected from a coverage perspective. So what I'll do is I'll run through the kind of an overview of the island as a whole, and then I'll dive a little deeper into those 2 parcels in particular. Now, I don't want to waste time lecturing you all on the characteristics of Kiowa, but I will highlight a few of the items that we in the tower industry immediately take note of. The first is Kiowa, most of the land is developed, whether it be golf courses or residences or neighborhoods, and most of the land that's not developed is wetlands, right? And we understand the importance of maintaining a pleasant visitor experience when strategizing around coverage improvement. So the first step to that process, obviously, is to get an idea of coverage at scale. And so, to Dave's point, throughout this presentation, you're going to see data points on maps, similar to this one. Red and orange data points indicate weakness, and your green and yellows indicate strong or sufficient coverage. Now, I have highlighted on this map here the location of the monopole that was included in the video and that Mark Landers spoke to a little bit as well. And it is 159 feet in height with all 3 carriers installed. And I reiterate the height here because being the tallest asset on the island, you can see the coverage benefit that it provides on the data map there. And while there are other assets, obviously, scattered across the island, none of them provide a similar coverage benefit, and we'll talk about why a little later on. So what
Just
I'm
one
going-
quick question before you
Yeah.
leave that one. So all the color dots, the green's good, the orange not so good. This is the totality of Kiowa Island with all cell providers and towers. This is not just pulling data from ATC's tower.
That is absolutely correct. The data you're seeing here is inclusive of all 3 major carriers pinging to whatever tower they may or may not be on the island. And so with the green and red coloration context in mind, the 2 areas we'll dive a little deeper into is the residences and coastline just south of Osprey Point Golf Course. And then we'll also talk about the residences up near Falcon Point in the northeastern part of the island, starting with Osprey Golf Course. So what I'm going to do is essentially run through what coverage looks like for each individual carrier. And the first thing I want you to notice as I flip over to AT&T is this particular portion of the island is essentially surrounded by existing telecom assets. And what I mean by that is, so we know that AT&T down in the southwestern portion here is on the sanctuary rooftop. We know that they're on the 80-foot CCI tower. They're on the Berkeley Electric Tower, and they're on the CCI tower just east of Osprey Point. And their coverage in this particular target area, you can see the oranges and reds, is poor despite co-locations on these assets. I'm flipping over to T-Mobile now. It may have been me, I apologize, I'm not sure. But flipping over to T-Mobile now, you can see essentially the exact same story as AT&T, right? They're on all 4 assets, and yet their coverage along the coastline there is clear, drops. Why would that be? Well, we know that the westernmost CCI tower is 80 feet in height. We know that the Berkeley Electric Tower is 105 feet in height, and the easternmost CCI tower there is also sub 100 feet. And it's these kind of tower heights that are not the most conducive to maximum coverage benefit, right? And so T-Mobile, just like AT&T, have maximized their co-locations in this area to minimal benefit into the area at large. Interestingly, Verizon tells a slightly different story.
But before you get to Verizon, could you just go back quickly to AT&T and then back to forward to the AT&T, no, and then back to T-Mobile.
Okay, I'm sorry. So there's AT&T.
Right, and now back to T-Mobile. So given that they have the exact same location, what would account for the appears to be much worse coverage along the coast for T-Mobile customers? Is it equipment that's on the towers?
Well, part of it, truth be told, is a capacity issue. So we have significantly more data points for T-Mobile, just by happenstance, than we do for AT&T. It's just based on the number of devices that pass through that the data pings from.
And Spencer, this is LTE, right?
Correct. This is LTE
It's not
4G
5G.
coverage.
Right, yeah.
Yep. The 5G data on the island was very minimal. So we know the story for AT&T and T-Mobile. Verizon does differ slightly in the sense that they are on the sanctuary rooftop to great effect, and they're also on the 105-foot Berkeley Electric Tower. Now, they are not on the sub 100-foot CCI tower to the west, nor are they on the sub 100-foot CCI east of Osprey Point, right? And so, interestingly, the Berkeley Electric Tower shown is as far east on the island that Verizon has elected to co-locate. And that could be for a number of reasons. It could be there might not be space on the shorter towers if they already have two tenants, right? T-Mobile and AT&T. There might not be space for a third. Or it could be prioritization in a budget process where they know that the assets are relatively short and they might not be willing to invest in assets that they think they might not be able to benefit substantially from. So that's the first target area of improvement, the golf course, the coastline, and the residences nearby. I'll flip now to Falcon Point and the surrounding residences there. Just briefly on the nature of the property, just west of the highlighted area, we have the Berkeley Electric Tower. A reminder, that's 105 feet, everyone's on it. And then just south, we have the same sub 100-foot CCI tower. AT&T, we know that they're on the Berkeley Electric, the CCI. We've mentioned those two. Neither of those existing assets are sufficiently covering the neighborhoods to the northeast, right? And then what's new here is we see, and this was in the video as well, another sub 100-foot CCI tower down near Ocean Course, and AT&T is on it. But regardless, that is also not providing sufficient coverage benefit to the residences at large. Just like we saw for the first property, the second, T-Mobile is in a sense mimicking AT&T's network here. They're on the two towers that we've talked about. They too are co-located on the sub 100-foot near Ocean Course. Now, what I want to point out here is that given the fact that AT&T and T-Mobile are both on the easternmost Crown Tower, that tells me that they are co-located on every telecom asset on the island and are still experiencing coverage issues. So they know that there's a coverage issue. They appear to be willing to invest in the area, but due to the nature of the existing assets, they're not getting the best bang for their buck on that investment. Just to conclude here with Verizon, we know that they're on the Berkeley Electric, and to my point, that's as far east as they go. Anything farther than that, farther than Turtle Point, is neglected, and coverage will drop for Verizon users.
Excuse me, you said they're not getting their bang for the buck. Is the issue about the provider maximizing their profits, or is it about the individual cell phone holder not getting the kind of service that they need?
It's more or less that when they elect to co-locate on a tower, that comes at a cost, right? And so if they're willing to do that, and they're only getting 300 feet of coverage benefit as opposed to a mile and a half, say on a taller tower or something along those lines, it's just an efficient use of their money. Would probably be, if they're for budgetary reasons, they might prefer to invest elsewhere instead of co-locate on a shorter tower where they know they might only benefit 300-foot radius.
Well, then if the population as a whole, everybody that was on the eastern side of the island actually sees this, and we should make this widely available, this would suggest, market forces would suggest that nobody's going to sign up for Verizon service, or that wouldn't be the prudent thing to do if they want good cell coverage if they're on the eastern end of the island, at least currently. And all of a sudden they should start losing customers.
Yeah, no comment.
A rhetorical question.
Right. This is an overview of what coverage currently is.
Okay, fair enough.
So hopefully this helps provide an overview of, what coverage is currently on the island, how the assets themselves are contributing to it, and also help to eliminate some of the limitations that the carriers are facing when they're looking to build out on the island itself. So thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Kimberly Adams. I'm External Affairs Manager for Crown Castle. I'd like to thank you all for allowing us all this time to present to you and discuss this obviously very important issue. And thank you to American Tower especially for such a great kind of presentation and staff for the full inventory. We've been working with Daniel, and he's been great to work with and very helpful. So hopefully this is the beginning of many future conversations on this issue. But basically, I think this has been very informational, and I think gives you a good idea of what is out there right now. So basically, just a few kind of food for thoughts and talking points for further discussions. I think we all know the ordinance was written several Gs ago, or at least 2 Gs ago, as far as 4G, 5G. So I think some modernization to the ordinance would certainly help for future sites, but also for the existing infrastructure that we have. A lot of what you're seeing, especially with our inventory that was shown, is there may be carriers that would like to co-locate on those towers, but there's just not space or structural space to it. And then also with the limiting, what you saw was you didn't have a full antenna array on our towers, whereas the American Tower larger monopole, of course, did. That also affects coverage and capacity and what equipment can actually go on a tower. So with your older infrastructure built under, different guidelines, you're going to get limitations both on the height and what carriers can, actually go on there before they're in the tree line. And then also what equipment can be upgraded as technology changes. So that's what I think, a factor of consideration. I still think you have a strong ordinance and that it certainly encourages co-location, which is important, the utilization of existing structures. But maybe if we can, work to look at the ordinance and possible ways to modernize it for technology. For instance, Verizon would actually like to co-locate on our tower on Ocean Drive. It is actually just structurally not capable of taking them at the height, they'd be down in the trees basically. So I think that one was it was definitely less than 80 feet tall. So you can see the limitation there. So it needs to be rebuilt or swapped out. with something taller to accommodate them and obviously address the coverage needs of their customers and your residents. So
What height would be, what would need to be if it were to be replaced? And if CCI were, I mean, is CCI willing to make that investment because you own the tower?
correct.
And the issue is that right now you're constrained. John, what ordinance? This is not an ordinance issue, is it? Yes. It is? Which?
So our ordinance takes a high priority on co-location opposed to establishing newer towers. And I think the precedent of that is it is a high threshold to establish new towers based on it having to meet a lot of characteristics and nuance regarding height limitations. Most of the towers.
What height limitations is that an ordinance height limitation?
Yes.
But we can change that.
Yeah, we can modify it, correct. But I mean, historically, those have been along the tree lines of maximum height. So that's sort of the design aesthetic that has been sort of precedent for Kiowa.
John, off the top of your head, do you know what the height limitation is?
1 second, I had it.
Is it one number or is it vary or?
Because we have 150 or 60 or 70 foot tower, then we have others that are 80 feet. So
Those were permitted prior to.
Daniel looks like you might have something.
Even ready for that question. Yeah, 120.
120.
120 is our maximum height at this point, but it could be dependent upon tree height.
No, 120 would be what the ordinance allows.
But so even without a change in ordinance, the 80-foot towers could already be extended or replaced by an additional 40 feet.
Without them doing a balloon test and some other measures, those things are part of the ordinance. So it's easier to just co-locate on an existing tower, opposed to if they're increasing the height, then they would need to go through a process to show that height through zoning permit review, site plan review.
Well, but it's permitted to go to 120 feet.
As I mentioned, it's two things. It's the height. That was, these are older towers. I don't know the full history. I have a feeling it was an aesthetic review, and that was probably built for one carrier at the time, possibly as well, which is why they're at 80. So you can see the challenge going down. But it's also the fact there is a concealment clause in the ordinance as well, that all equipment must be concealed. So that is where you kind of see the difference between a standard monopole. You saw what you might call a bird's nest or an antenna array that allows a lot more flexibility and diversity on what equipment goes up there, what comes down. You can have multiple technologies up there, but then the challenge of when you do what we call a slick stick, or what you saw just, a true concealed structure, which the monopole is not. Ours, were built that way. That's a challenge as well, because it does limit the type of equipment, and also the performance of the equipment. And I'm sure Verizon or AT&T could speak to that further if you wanted them to, but it's really those two things. It's the height and the concealment clause that definitely makes a challenge to modernize the existing infrastructure on the island, but also probably to consider new sites as well, so.
This is probably, I want to be careful not to go too deep for the sake of time, but, and this may be a question more for the carrier reps, but there's two approaches to providing. I think we look forward on technology, not back. And while 5G and NextG comes in a macro solution with the towers, there's also the C-RAN solutions. I know they're more appropriate for more densified areas. Is there an appetite from the carriers to do those solutions? Because that would do the trade-off of not worrying about the tower height.
I'll speak. Crown Castle actually owns, I think you're speaking of small cells, and Crown Castle obviously owns a significant small cell portfolio as well. So we're certainly not, new to that or certainly opposed to that. But the challenge when you get into small cells, of course, obviously they're small, they're shorter, they're only covering a small area.
There's more.
And they are fiber backhauled. So trying to get the fiber to each small cell and then making sure, the way that with the tree coverage and the houses where they're spaced farther apart, I'm not sure that would be an application for those areas. Is that a fair? Okay.
Well, and another thing that I think we need to explore, you mentioned fiber, is fiber to the home. Is that something there's an appetite for? Because that would help with the fiber problem to the macros or the small cells.
Crown Castle does not provide fiber to the home, but obviously other.
So there's several potential paths. If we laid fiber, would that help? Something to consider.
Again, it's not as simple as just taking a 70-foot pole down and putting up a 120-foot pole.
Correct.
One thing that you both touched on, which I know that John and Daniel and Michael are digging into, is, the ordinance. I think it's incumbent on us working with the stakeholders at Kiowa and we need your feedback on this, to create an environment that's very conducive to wanting the tower companies and the carriers to invest. My question about LTE, there's really not 5G radios on Kiowa. So my personal experience is I'm sitting at the sandcastle and it's hard to load a web page on my phone. That's because we're on LTE and poor coverage on LTE. I gave AT&T permission to use my phone, and you look at my call data, just as an example. I'm actually hitting the Seabrook Tower at Inlet Cove. So we need to consider that, and the site just north of Town Hall here also, for Town Hall and also for the community, because potentially people just across the river might be hitting that tower as well. John, Michael, and Daniel, I think, have done a great job, getting some initial actions going. I think there's investment there, is the general sense we're getting, willing to invest in Kiowa. But we'll need to be able to agilely move. Frank, my experience, even when you're internal to the company, is once you get capital, it's burning a hole in your pocket, and you better spend it and show progress on executing that capital, or somebody else gets it. So as we're working with the tower and cellular companies, I think it's very important to work with whatever aspects we need to work within the structure of the island, so that when they show up and say we're ready to go, that we're ready to go too.
What is the approximate cost of going from a 70-foot tower to a 120-foot?
It actually depends on, and I don't have a dollar amount, I'm sorry, but just kind of a factor of what it is. If it needs to be a concealed structure, if we were to need to replace, for instance, just hypothetically, the one on Ocean Drive or Ocean Course Drive, under the concealed ordinance section, we'd either have to possibly build an artificial pine tree or a 3-pole type masked, we would call it a church steeple, but it wouldn't be a church steeple there, because that's obviously the maintenance facility of the course. But we'd actually have to, where the cost goes up significantly, that I think that's where we all find it very problematic of how we're going to bear that cost, is going to that concealed structure, because that is what drives up, an immense amount of a cost when you're looking at these. So that's what we've got to factor in when we look at it. The aesthetic, where it is, what the visibility is, what the height is, but then also the actual tower type. And that's what I'm speaking of when I'm saying concealed versus the monopole that you saw, on the initial. And there's things that could be done to monopoles as well. They can be painted, to blend in as well. They could be green, they could be kind of, your water tank blue you think of. There's some things that can be done there as well, so. But I think the main conversation that we're all hearing and kind of what's out there right now is obviously not doing the job it could and should be doing, so.
I'll share for the community, for council, Russ and you and I have talked about this. There's a public safety consideration as well. And Charleston County, wrong life. Charleston County is on FirstNet, which is actually a cellular-based service provided by AT&T. So, as fire, police, rescue are responding on the island, they're actually hitting cell towers. So we're getting coverage gaps, they are as well. So, we need to consider that both for us as a community, as well as we're working with the tower providers and carriers to make sure that, not only quality of life, but emergency response is considered.
Well, it was certainly, I recall having a conversation with Beach Patrol about the 4th of July holiday weekend, and a lot of stress and demand on an inadequate infrastructure, and there were real connectivity problems there, and that is clearly a public safety issue.
I'm glad you brought that up, because as we're now reconnecting and creating the demand signal here, for events like that, the marathon comes to mind also. How many runners are coming? What, 14,000? 5,000. 5,000? I had 14 in my head. 5,000 runners with their entourages showing up on the island. The carriers have ways to augment that temporarily in ways we can make those requests. So we need to figure out how to do that as well, so that 4th of July, major activities on the island can bring in necessary bandwidth.
Could you go back to one of the maps that showed the whole island with the cell towers on the map? And as you do that, my question's going to be, it looks like there's, that's a perfect one.
Right there.
Nope, go back, go forward one more time. There. So it looks like you've got an arc on the north side of the island, and all the problems and the problems I experience are on the beach. So let's just say, for example, all of these towers were 120 feet tall. Would that solve the problem on the beach? Because that's predominantly where there's a public safety issue as well as just a normal communications issue. Or would you have to locate another tower someplace so that you get better beach reception?
Right, so propagation models can be created to estimate what the coverage benefit would look like under certain conditions. We obviously can't do that for assets that aren't ours, but there's also the element of if a new tower placement might be available that could support coverage in that area along the coastline, and that we obviously would take part in as well.
I mean, Royal Beach is just kind of a slum area. We could bulldoze that whole area and start from. No, but that would be the important part. If we did relax standards or we did something to allow, we want to make sure we do it, model it so that we correct the problem, not just make it better other places. And on the beach or way out on Otter Island or Marsh, Falcon Point, that area, it's still not great. So that'd be the main thing I'd want to see, is make sure we correct that problem on the beach and the problem way up in Marsh Island Woods and further out Falcon Point.
I guess kind of along those lines, putting aside whether, in fact, the land is available somewhere along the midpoint of the island, closer to the beach area where you clearly don't have an existing cell tower. If there were the land available or a place available along there, would, even consistent with our current ordinances, concealment and height 120, would that go a long way to solving the connectivity problems, at least in that area?
If individual parcels could be identified, then the analyses could be done of what coverage would propagate from that particular location under assumptions of tower height and equipment and whatnot.
And are there cases where, because of tree density, we're still going to get bad coverage regardless of what we do unless we're right underneath the tower? So some of the environment's going to restrict the optimal solution. Is that what you're saying?
I'm going to play RF engineer again. Two of the, and I think these guys will back me up, two of the big enemies of RF coverage are pine needles and trees, of course, and then water. So is that a simplification enough? And obviously, so that's a challenge, and that's what my colleagues were discussing. If we could get locations, then we have the information to better model it and know kind of what sort of coverage capacity impact it would have. So,
And that's exactly what I was driving at.
Yeah.
If I said we raised all the towers, it still may not solve the problem.
still, I don't think there's one easy solution
Okay.
to this. I think, you've got the ordinance, certain part, obviously the strong co-location language. But at the end of the day, as the population grows, there may need to be new towers as well. So,
One thing Daniel, John, and I discussed, and there's going to require, as we figure this out, communication from the town, both meetings like this and the email blasts and things like that. But as we circle in on this, I only know because I'm an AT&T customer, but I think Verizon, T-Mobile probably have. We need to get better data. I mean, a lot of what I know is anecdotal right now. People just telling me there's a problem, except for what Spencer just presented right now. But there are ways to collect the data that we'll probably need community help with. AT&T has a Mark the Spot app. And if you have a drop ball, indoor, outdoor, or slow downloads, you can right there, right then, and it injects right into the system. And I know from seeing on the inside, that actually does help inform investment and improvements, whether it be beam steering or a new site. I imagine Verizon and T-Mobile have something similar. So if you could share that with John and Daniel before the end of the meeting, I think that would help to share that kind of stuff for people who are willing to participate and help bring information and data.
Any other questions for our guest? Very helpful. Thank you, Daniel, John, and Michael, and Neil, and all for putting this together. And thank you for your involvement in this, Council Member Spencer. I think we need to maybe have the providers in here at some point in time and then have a broader discussion about our ordinances and what it is we want to try to solve for. But thank you. Next agenda item, updates. I'm up first. Just a couple of items. One, I was belatedly acknowledged, or Councilmember Spencer's joining our council. One of the, having done that, we now have a fully constituted body, which I'm delighted is the case. And one of the responsibilities of the mayor is to assign areas of responsibility to each council member. And I feel privileged, and I think the community should feel blessed that we have a group of council members who are very much roll-up-your-sleeve types and have really been willing to take on significant projects. The way things have kind of landed, the areas of broad responsibility, their portfolios, as it were, line up pretty nicely with their institutional interest and backgrounds. And I will start with Councilmember Berner, and in addition to acting as Mayor Pro Tem, his portfolio is essentially not just chairing the Public Safety Committee, but public safety writ large, which includes law enforcement, it includes EMS, it includes beach patrol, it includes code enforcement. What I'm particularly pleased about is the extent to which he has really taken the bull by the horns with regard to the Community Emergency Response Team, CERT, which had really been moribund. And you see the level of activity that's occurred with CERT in just the past 2-3 weeks probably exceeds that of the past 2 or 3 years put together. True. So thank you very much for that. Councilmember Kay, I would characterize, and you can describe it otherwise, her portfolio as preserving our natural environment and protecting our native wildlife. And there are a broad range of projects that you've undertaken. More recently, the one that's gotten a lot of public attention and notoriety is consideration of the off-leash rules and potential impacts on our migrating shorebird population and nesting shorebirds. But it includes the implementation of the marsh management plan, project dealing with the Kiowa River Bridge, and many other related matters. So that's essentially Councilmember Kay's portfolio. Councilmember Farrell is, for lack of a better term, our finance guru. He chairs our Ways and Means Committee, our ATAX committees, and our audit committees. Now, each of those don't meet as regularly as do some of their other standing committees, but he's really taken the bull by the horns as well, and he's been part of the process in updating our accounting policies and procedures, which is an ongoing process. We'll talk about that today. Really looking for more expansive ways to think about how we utilize our state accommodations tax or local hospitality tax or local options tax revenues, which are more constrained in how they're used, but we can probably use them in more creative ways than we have heretofore, and we want to get more people thinking about applying for ATAX funds. He will also talk a little bit about reviewing our investment policy. And then Councilmember Spencer will now essentially own the kind of the infrastructure and public works portfolio. Telecommunications is certainly a critical part of that, and that will be ongoing. It's this campus, it's our 3 miles of roads and leisure trails that we're responsible for, but it's also a relationship with all our infrastructure providers, in addition to telecom, Seabrook Island Utility, Kiowa Island Utility, and Berkeley Electric. So thank you all for your ongoing work in that area, those areas. Now, talking about committees, we have standing committees, and some of which establish terms, some of which have annual terms. We've mentioned this before. Notices have gone out from the town. I want to reiterate that we are looking for engaged citizens to participate in all the town's committees. There's been probably a misconception in the past that there aren't opportunities available. There are. There may be more limited opportunities on some of our some of our statutory committees, Planning Commission, BZA, Board of Construction Appeals, because those all have defined terms, and so some of those terms aren't up. All our other standing committees, the terms are 1 year. And so there's essentially spots open each and every year. It may be the case that certain current members will continue with their service on those committees. But if there are if there are residents that bring particular energy or expertise in issue areas that relate to the work of various standing committees, we really encourage you to throw your name into the hat. Stephanie, when's the deadline? It'll be sometime later this month for applications to all the committees. Again, the terms are all up. The annual terms are up January 31. So we'll entertain applications, kind of go through the vetting process the remainder of this year, early into January. That may entail some interviews. Committee chairs will be the principal drivers of that process for the most part. And then there will be recommendations made to council, and then new committees will be constituted. Ideally, recommendations will be made to the town council for appointments, the first meeting in February, and the newly constituted committees can begin their work and reorganize themselves thereafter. The third item I want to briefly mention is that a week from yesterday, the Seabrook Mayor and I, Bruce Kleinman, will be co-hosting here in this building on, it's Monday afternoon, December 9th at 4 p.m., a joint town hall meeting or community meeting to discuss the proposed Island Park Place development. As you may be aware, we've mentioned at prior council meetings, the developer has resubmitted the application that was previously rejected in February by the Charleston County Council on a 4-3 vote of time, but resubmitted the same application without any changes from that negative vote. It's gone before the Charleston County Planning staff, which recommended disapproval, and the Charleston County Planning Commission again, which unanimously recommended disapproval. But nonetheless, the deciding body is the Charleston County Council. And so we want to provide community members an opportunity to get together, raise any questions or concerns that they have about the development or what's the services that are expected to be provided. Charleston County Council member Honeycutt will be participating in the town hall meeting. Her jurisdiction includes Seabrook Island, Kiowa Island, and Kiowa River Estates. We've also invited the developer to participate and answer any questions the community may have. So I hope that folks will be able to show up. The public hearing on that matter will be the following day, a week from today, at Charleston County Council, and then it's a week subsequent to that, I believe, is when the council actually considers it for action.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask, is there going to be opportunities for public to comment at that meeting?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's good. The opportunity is really about a town hall meeting to hear from the community what their what their questions are, what their concerns are, what they're looking for, what they hope to see if there is going to be a project. The last item, I just want to give a real shout out to our Kiowa Arts Council, as well as our staff. I don't know if Aaron's here, who's really stepped up. Aaron Pomeranke, who's our communications director, with the departure of Ruthie Foster, has really stepped up. Two recent extraordinary events. I don't know if anybody in this room was at them. Recent ones. Andrew Armstrong who was a world-class pianist, led a chamber ensemble, extraordinary performance, a world-class clarinetist and violinist. It was really remarkable. And also one at the West Beach Conference Center that was Hungarian-American singer-songwriter Zora, who had a collaboration with the Kiowa Arts Council and our very own Kimberly Adele that was rather remarkable and extraordinary as well. Just a truly remarkable evening. So if you missed out this year, maybe next year, but I would simply point out that the January is going to be a pretty strong program as well. A Grammy nominee, Judy Carmichael, jazz vocalist and pianist, and the always popular Liquid Pleasure, amongst others. So again, we all should thank the Kiowa Arts Council for the extraordinary amount of time and effort they put into enriching our lives. And with that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Berner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is an openly solicitatious request for people to join CERT. CERT, C-E-R-T, the Community Emergency Response Team. When I was elected 2 years or so ago, CERT had pretty much already gone away. I didn't have any involvement or even knowledge that CERT was here in the island. But what is CERT? CERT is the emergency response group of people on the island. Right now, we have about 20 volunteers. When the local services, whether it's EMS or police or whatever, not police, but EMS or even fire, are overburdened because there is an emergency event. For example, if there happens to be, God forbid, a plane crash at Charleston Airport, the emergency services are leaving this geographic area to help out at the airport, or obviously the ones here with respect to hurricanes or tornado, where the EMS and emergency services cannot provide all the help that is needed. CERT is activated. It's activated through me. We have 20 volunteers that were interested 2 or 3 years ago, and they're still active and still interested, but they all need to be retrained, which is what we're working on. We need more volunteers for the event, in case the event occurs, that a catastrophe or an emergency occurs. But what we do, we prepare the island when a hurricane is coming. We get things buttoned down, we make sure the beach is clear, we make sure the trash cans are removed, et cetera, and so forth. We're also the first people back on the island after a hurricane event where there's an emergency, where there's the evacuation. We look for damaged homes. We do a cursory review to see if there are any happenings in the homes. We make sure the roads are clear. We help out in these large emergency events. We also help out on planned events. We're helping out with the upcoming marathon in 2 weeks. We have 11 volunteers who are going to be stationed throughout the marathon course. We have 9 different zones. Each is going to be staffed by a CERT member whose responsibility is to look for runners in distress, as well as to look for unattended packages. We are all going to be trained tomorrow by Charleston County Sheriff Department on how to do just that for the upcoming marathon. I'm looking forward to that event. I'm sure it's going to be a very successful one, but that's who CERT is. And I would love to have other people from the community to join our current 20-person member group and to make it up to 30 or 40. But that was my update, because that is what I've been spending all my time here in the last month, getting CERT back open for business, and we are there. But we have a long ways to go yet, but we will get there. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Burr. Councilmember Kay.
Okay, I have a variety of topics, some quick and one a little bit more lengthy. The first one, I just wanted to tee up the whole discussion that we're going to have about the second reading of the pervious surfaces ordinance later on. Russ and Luke, I think at the last meeting, both of you had voiced some concerns about the cost associated with replacement driveways, if all of
Yes.
those were pervious surfaces.
Correct.
So is Jean is here, Cynthia's here. So Jean is leading the pervious surface initiative down at Inlet Cove. Cynthia is heading it up at Greens Lake Cottages. And so they've both done a lot of homework. They're on the verge of initiating their projects. And I invited both of them here to answer any questions that you guys might have, and also just to provide some background information on your experiences to date. Because one of the things that I would like us to think about is we're pretty much, I think, set on the whole new driveways, probably pretty well set on the replacement driveways, but the planning department, John Taylor specifically, and I have been wrestling throughout the course of this, all of our discussions about this, on how to incentivize the replacement driveway project. And again, I'm hoping Cynthia and Jean can provide us maybe with some estimates of the cost of your projects. And I've got folks coming to my house to get some estimates as well for a kind of more standard driveway length on Kiowa. But do either of you first have any questions, or anybody on the council have any questions for Cynthia or Jean?
Well, just generically, one of the things I wanted from the last meeting, I did request that somebody prepare an estimate for a typical kind of driveway, whatever that may be, 10,000 square feet long.
That I'm working at.
Of the different kinds of construction costs it would be for that type of driveway, and particularly with respect to a permeable surface. Don't forget, unlike a blacktop or concrete driveway, there are annual costs that have to be expended by the homeowner to keep the permeable material permeable. So it's not just the initial investment, it's also annual maintenance costs.
And that's the kind of information that I have a meeting coming up, I think, on the 17th, that I'll be able to provide at our next discussion. But would you guys like to talk about the cost of the various different surfaces that you've encountered so far?
I can do that now. We're going to second reading.
No, I wanted this to be an informal discussion now, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Why don't you guys both go up?
Yeah, welcome, Jean.
And one of the things, as I'm going to ask council to brainstorm about, is some of our next steps going forward, especially on replacement driveways. Do we create some kind of an ad hoc advisory group, for instance, that might be comprised of people like Cynthia and Jean, Lance, I shouldn't have excluded you. I know that you're also very deeply involved.
Thank you. Jean's my sensei.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so Gene Babnick, 97 Delmead Hall, member of Planning Commission as well, but speaking as a resident today. So we're leveraging off a project that Cynthia started in Sparrow Pond. We kicked off our project in July. We have 108 households in our neighborhood. We've had around 40% of those express interest in having their driveways redone. We've worked with the same contractor as Ocean Woods. The cost that we're looking at for permeable pavers is between $20 to $23 a square foot, okay? We understand that's pretty comparable to doing regular traditional pavers. There are other options available to do permeable concrete, permeable asphalt. Those are not approved within the community we work with. We've had pretty good uptick within our community. We're through a little over half of the estimates right now. The estimates will be coming out over the coming weeks to homeowners, and we're looking to kick off the project in January of this year to get it going and get the driveways updated. We see a big need for it where we are. We're on the other side of the marsh from Lower Beachwalker, Ocean Pines. So as the inlets back up, water's coming through. It just, anything running off the driveways adds to that. So we really want to get back into the soil, get it off the driveways, and get it out of the marshes and inlets.
Gene, tell me if I've got this wrong, and I know there's some variables of what materials you choose and what solution you choose, but when the neighbors told me that their driveway is $15,000, so a typical Inlet Cove driveway, does that sound right to you?
It could be. We haven't seen any of the estimates yet, but based on the square footage, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
So my understanding of Inlet Cove, the driveways relative to other driveways in the island are relatively small.
They're short. Maybe some of the ones on Governors might be comparable, but.
Yeah, so as I mentioned last month, and I still have this concern, I am hesitant to reach into our community members' pockets because this is not an inexpensive endeavor if you have to replace a driveway. It's going to be easily a $50,000 item, and I'm not comfortable unless we receive favorable input from the community that they're willing to spend that amount of money.
The cost of doing pavers is 2 to 3 times what it is regular asphalt, no doubt about it, okay? In a presentation that John Taylor made to the Planning Commission that's available online, he had comparable costs for regular surfaces versus permeable, okay? It was costed out that conventional asphalt is $13 to $14 a square foot. Pervious asphalt is $15 to $16 a square foot. So it is more. There's not a doubling involved. Conventional concrete was $7 to $11 a square foot. Pervious concrete, $11.50 a square foot. So depending on the type of surface you're using, there's an increased cost. How much of an increase really depends on which surface you choose.
I understand.
And there are annual maintenance. From speaking with the contractor, the pervious asphalt and concrete surfaces will require more annual maintenance than if you go to a pervious paver. The pavers require less because of how they're interlocked and gravel between them, things like that. So your maintenance requirements vary depending on what type of surface you choose.
Right, the maintenance is not a concern. It just has to be acknowledged up front because we live in a sandy environment.
It gets in there.
The sand's going to clog up the permeability of whatever you put down.
Absolutely.
So it has to be addressed.
Absolutely, and that's where the pervious concrete and asphalt are more susceptible to sand getting in those openings versus the pavers. So,
Right.
Yeah, the maintenance varies based on what you're using.
All right, so I came to the same conclusion pretty much where you are. I did my driveway, I guess, 3 years ago or whatever. I did mine in concrete. And there was a significant step up of about 40 to 50% to go to pavers, not permeable pavers. And I don't even have that big of a driveway, but it was still a $25,000 increase, and I just personally did not want to spend that amount of money.
Yeah.
And permeables even more than that.
Permeable-
So, I mean, that's where I'm coming from. I'm trying to be like the Joe Blow citizen here. I'm a normal guy, and I like the concept and idea of permeability, and I'm not really against it. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against it. The correct word is I'm just wary of reaching into other citizens' pockets. Particularly, we just saw in IKEA the big blow-up about the Kika increase.
8.5%, yeah.
I'm wary of how that will be received.
Russ, like you, I'm leery of getting in people's pockets. I don't want to interfere in some families' finances and they don't get a summer vacation because we shove something down their throat. Having been involved working with Gene and Cynthia for the last 6 months, all the numbers that Gene quoted are all voluntary. None of those driveways need to be replaced, is my understanding, Gene. And again, it's a smaller cost, total construction cost, because of the size of the Inlet Cove. But I think that, to me, that signals goodwill on people's parts wanting to do it. It's aesthetically more pleasing. You're doing something for the community. A lot of us are environmentally minded, things like that. Each homeowner would have to make their own decision. One thing that I don't want to slow up what we're getting ready to look at today, but I think that we should look at adding incentives for voluntary adoption. I think you just said that a few minutes ago too, Madeline.
And we have looked at a variety. We've benchmarked all over the place. But so many of the incentives that a normal municipality is able to offer up don't apply to us because we don't tax.
Right.
So we can't give that kind of an advantage. We've looked at things like giving credits. So let's say a project costs $20,000. You give a credit of $1,500 back to the contractor who would hopefully pass it on to the homeowner. If it's a larger surface, a larger dollar amount for the project, it's going to be a larger incentive that gets returned, et cetera. We've looked at, should there be a hardship exclusion for, not for us, but for somebody maybe who's been here for a lot of years and needs to sell their place, and maybe they are needing to put in a new driveway before they can sell, then we have to look at folks who are on more of a fixed kind of income situation. But that's the other reason I wanted to bring this up here. I want you guys to use your creativity to come up with other incentive plans, because John and I have attached this, well, from the statutory perspective, you've got the ordinance in front of you, but from the incentive process, everything that we've come up with has not been really interesting. And as Brad has said, there's been such the mayor has said there's been such evidence of volunteering for replacement driveways. Now, albeit it's been shorter driveways, Greens Lake, Sparrow Pond, Inlet Cove, Ocean Woods, those are all a lot smaller driveways than mine is. But help us.
One of the things I was thinking, I talked with John a little bit about it when we were in the hallway last week, is personally through homes I've owned in the last couple of years, I invested in solar panels in Virginia and in a new air conditioner here last year. And both of those are the vehicle that you talk about where it's a tax rebate through your state taxes, which is great. We don't have that vehicle, but we have ways people can apply. Whatever it was, $1,500 I got for $30,000 worth of solar panels didn't really make a dent in buying the solar panels, but it signaled to me skin in the game. It was an incentive, it was an encouragement. I think there's some emotion in the decisions also of trying to do something, and just showing that we're motivated to try to help, I think might help sway people to adopt faster.
Well, in your situation with the solar panels, that's true, but you also were encountering, in theory at least, lower annual operating costs.
I was, it reduced my electric
So
bill.
there is still an incentive there, where here, we're increasing the annual costs.
I understand. I'm just trying to be creative. And think
I know, so a creative answer would be perhaps we would allow someone to increase lot coverage if they're going to do a renovation.
That's a good idea.
Well, we've actually discussed that several times with several different people who have put that up there. But there is a strong sense that that's counterproductive to the entire
I understand.
intent
Yeah,
of the project.
I
And
understand.
so I personally would have a real issue with that.
Well, this is certainly something we can, yeah, absolutely.
I am going to speak.
Oh, yes. Just, Cynthia, Roger said a question. Is it okay, or do you want to go ahead and?
No, please, go ahead.
Has there data and measurable impact for these surfaces being changed? And we were talking about where water is going to go and how it's going to flow. What's the data show? Because if you're trying to get people to voluntarily do something, if they actually can understand what the positive impact is of their willingness to do this beyond the cost and everything, what is that measurable impact? Is there any data on it?
There actually is, Roger, quite a bit, and that was presented at the workshop that we did by both the Conservancy and
2-3 months
others.
ago?
I don't recall.
Oh, yeah. I don't have the data off of the top of my head. John, you might have it. But yeah, we did devote an entire workshop.
I'm sorry, how do they measure?
Infiltration rate. I'm Gene Hutchinson. I spearheaded the Ocean Woods initiative. Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Hi. Yeah. Well, just to answer your question, they come out and it's like a plastic. It's like one of those sleds back when you were a kid that they make a circle out of it and put like Play-Doh around. And then fill that with water and see how quickly the water gets absorbed into the driveway surface. That's what I observed them doing.
There is actually, for the different permeable surface types, there are, different impacts and different effects, and they scientifically measure all that. I mean, engineers would have a better idea of how to do that. But yes, that's a good question, but that was presented.
Thank you.
Cynthia?
Yeah, I'll try to keep this short, but I read last November about the Ocean Woods project and started and went over and took a look at it. It's just beautiful. And so I started working on a combined Kiowa Island Cottage Association, which is both Sparrow Pond and Greens Lake. So I started working on it then, but one council member told me that incentives might be involved and they'd be discussed in May. So I waited a little bit, but contacted the vendor, the paving vendor, and began to get information. So since that didn't happen in May, we went full steam ahead, and we are now. I really tried to just duplicate the Ocean Woods project because the ARB had approved the materials and they were the ones talked about in the information. They are semi-permeable. Now we're offering to both Sparrow Ponds and Greens Lake, we're offering a permeable option, but it is more expensive. And if I'm right now, the estimates are going out. The permits are in process with the ARB. And so one of my concerns is, and by the way, my next door neighbor has already gone through the estimating process. He has a 500 square foot driveway. His cost would be about $10,000 for his driveway. And so here's my concern, and thank you for listening to me. If you vote on something that says it must be permeable, not semi-permeable, I'll have to go back to everyone and say the costs are going to raise between 30% and 66%. And that's, so I would like to request that anything that has currently been submitted for permitting with the ARB be grandfathered in. Again, we were just mimicking what Ocean Woods had done with approved materials that were allegedly helpful to the environment. So, and the other comment I'd like to make, and it's wonderful to see how many people have responded. We have also 108 cottages, and about 40% of them have responded. So the neighborhood will look really good because the pavers have such a great look if people go ahead and pave their driveways. But I think, Madeline, from what you were saying of maybe a hardship clause, for someone who really needs to have their driveway replaced but doesn't have the funds, and people who, like Russ, are saying, I am not spending $50,000 or $25,000 on a driveway. I think there's a big gap on Kiowa. So I don't know if just writing in a kind of a hardship clause would be enough. I don't know what the solution is, but perhaps recommending these things versus mandating them. If you recommend them with incentives, that might have a better impact than mandating them. I don't know. I'm not the one who has the superior knowledge on this, but I do ask you to please grandfather in the projects that are currently in process. I've been working on this for a year, and I will lose my mind if I have to go back and start from ground zero. Any comments?
Why don't we go for a survey? Just ask the community, and rather than guessing. Let's get some feedback.
Yes.
Few observations. One is that a real benefit is, to my mind, asphalt and concrete. Once it starts to crack, it's game over. It just looks terrible. And so you've got a lot of movement on the island and root intrusion. And for my money, the pavers, whether they're pervious or impervious or quasi-pervious, are just a better product because it's, you have root intrusion, you just have the company come out, pull the pavers, shave the root down, put the same pavers back, and it looks like it did the first day. The money that Oceanwoods didn't require anybody to join the project. We have 62 cottages. 2 already had dry set pavers. The rest had crumbling asphalt that Ed Monahan was harassing us about replacing. And I just wanted my driveway to look better and Ed to stop, sending me letters. And so I, saw the pavers at the Sandcastle and contacted a bunch of contractors, and Leadenwaugh gave us the best price. And the price that we got was $12 a square foot.
Have your maintenance costs been high, or do you?
No, there's no maintenance. I mean, if somebody is a short-term renter and they have a lot of vehicles and they're driving off the edge and it's been a rainy past couple weeks, then it can round up the pavers along the edge. But mine, it's been a couple years now, and believe me, I walk the neighborhood and take a look, and by and large, they're looking good, except for some of the short-term rental where they have a lot of traffic. But we didn't require anybody to join the project. 2 already had them, and just through good old-fashioned persuasion, we got all 60 of the remaining homeowners to join. And so far, everybody's been incredibly happy. I have not had a single complaint about it, which is a miracle. Maybe I caught Leadenwaugh on a good day, but $12 a square foot is what we paid.
I can tell you they're busy, because it took well over a month for me to get an appointment for them to come out to my house.
We had trouble getting them too. And our, just so you know, our rate for the same materials that you used, that includes the removal, everything. So it's not going through I'll charge you $3 a square foot for this, et cetera. It's just one price. Right now it's 15.
Oh,
which
good.
is not bad.
Oh, okay, that's great.
So, and that's also the benefit of getting these groups together, is that Leadenwaugh can, or any vendor, would be able to give us a reduced price.
I couldn't get a competitive price for asphalt or concrete, and Three Oaks, James Hills, he owns an Oceanwoods cottage, so Three Oaks Contracting, and they wouldn't give me a price for concrete that was as good as Leadenwaugh just putting in pavers, and so anyway.
Well, thank you. One last
Gene
comment.
and Chris Ibsen
So in all the presentations in the Cove, right, I've let our owners know about this pending change in zoning, and I've encouraged them, if they have strong feelings against it, cost, whatever it is, to write the council. Nobody's really, everybody really does like the aesthetics. We haven't had much pushback on it, so I don't know with the survey. I just don't know what you'll get. Thank you, though.
Thank you, Gene.
Mr. Ibsen, last comment.
Just a quick thought on an incentive. If on replacements, the town were to forego the permit fee, the building permit fee on that.
We also have to kick that around, and it's so small that it wouldn't.
On a $40,000 or $50,000 project, that could be a couple $1,000. So.
All right, thank you all. And we'll continue to work on this.
Thank you.
I guess on my other project updates, we're working on the beach signage. We met again yesterday. There are issues. I'll report on it more completely next month when we have some of these newly arisen issues resolved. We had a community drop-in, Jim Jordan and I, a couple of weeks ago. It was on the environment. I would encourage council members to think about instead of always doubling up two council members together, double up with whoever's in charge of public safety or public works or finance, and have more of a topic-driven drop-in.
That's a great idea.
Good attendance.
That's a great idea.
It was 2 hours of incredible education. Jim, thank you so much. Finally, last update on the ARB before probably town is not going to have a whole lot more involvement in this. There is a public meeting that's planned for Monday, December 16th. What's your meeting this week? That's the 9th, right? With Jenny.
Yes,
Okay,
next
so
Monday,
the week
9th.
after that, Monday, the 16th, 2 p.m., draft free, or the latest draft of the Phase 3 recommendations are going to be presented out to the community. It's the community's last chance to have input on this, so please plan to attend if you're interested. There have been some really good minds involved in this project, and Amanda as well has been extremely helpful in this, so thank you. Please come to that meeting, and then the next step will be going to the partners to present the latest and probably final draft.
Councilmember Farrell?
Oh, we're still doing this?
You can pass if you'd like to.
3 quick things, and 2 of them are going to be very quick. We had a SATEX meeting, I think it was November 20th, thereabouts. We're going to talk about that shortly, so I don't need to say much about that other than we had very good discussion. We encouraged the community to look for more ways to ask for funds to support tourism. We have an investment presentation. We've spent since about May looking at our town resources and how to best invest those. We're going to talk about that shortly. And then the last thing, I think we've concluded mediation. Again, I think that was on the 20th also. Russ and I submitted our last comments to our legal counsel. We got back a note today from our legal counsel, from their legal counsel. We've just got to review it, and we'll get back tomorrow, see if there's any final changes. But we're very, very close to a meeting of the minds, I think, with the mediation. And then from this point, once we agree to the meeting of the minds, this will go to circuit court, and within 30 days, a judge will approve it, and then we'll be done and can talk in full detail about everything that's going on with Cape Point Road, Upper Beach Walker, Lower Beach Walker, and anything else anybody else to talk about.
And just to clarify, this is essentially finalizing the language of the consent order that would be going to council, to the court for a judge to approve.
Yeah, so what we started with and agreed to was very, I don't want to say general, but very big picture items, not fully developed site plans, et cetera. We've gotten what we hope to be the final draft of those plans that we can agree to, and just formalizing the language in the final document that comports with those plans. That's really what we're working on at this point.
Okay. But you do, otherwise you would have no issues with drafting the language of the consent order. It would just be, I mean, that would basically, it would be essentially just say, here it is. Here's what we've agreed to.
That's right. We've made some tweaks. We've discussed those with the lawyer for the partners, and there don't seem to be any big issues or pushbacks at this point.
Councilmember Spencer.
Just real quick, mindful of the time. First of all, thank you, Mayor, Council, staff, and the community for the great welcome and helping me get up and running very quickly and load me up. Thanks. I shared with the council members individually, and it was encouraged to share just briefly with the community. Some of you may know my wife had an accident on the beach about 3 weeks ago. And the emergency response blew me away. And I've heard a lot of concerns, and I've heard through public meetings, people concerned about, especially life-saving kinds of response. You'd have thought the president had an accident on the beach with what happened. Called 911. They did multiple dispatches, and I'll explain that in a second. They stayed on the phone with us and talked through what we need to be doing pending the arrival of first responders. All in all, we had EMTs in an ambulance. We had fire department with advanced life support, which I learned later can do everything an EMT can do except for transport. We had beach patrol, we had the Kika security, and we had resort security all show up. And they all were coordinating and all, figuring out how to do all the things that need to be done to get us on the road to the hospital. It was very impressive. They're all on the same emergency response bands. I'm not sure that's common knowledge, but after I hung up with 911, I called the beach patrol just to see where they were, and they're like, "Hey, we're listening in. We're already on our way." Things like that were happening. It's important, I think, to know about the advanced life support because there's, stations on Johns Island, but there's 2 stations on Kiowa also that can respond very quickly and take care of life-threatening situations. I also had 45 minutes in the ambulance to talk to the EMT and learn even more. And one of the key takeaways was I expressed concern about if they're transporting somebody, what about ambulance response in the interim? They said that they very deliberately pre-positioned their ambulance close to Kiowa so that they can respond quickly to do more transport if needed. And then they talked about, where's Dorota? The helicopters. And maybe you want to explain this, Stephanie, but there are helicopter options available at Kiowa as well. And they said, we know where to land on Kiowa to rapidly get in and get somebody out if we need to. So that was all very encouraging to me, and I just wanted to share that not only thank you to everybody who responded, but knowing that was enlightening to me. So.
And all of that even before we have MUSC, just across the street. Hi. Thank you.
Yep.
Staff updates, Stephanie.
Yep. And also, we'll try to keep this pretty brief, but I just want to do some updates for everyone. Just as a reminder, the next council drop-in is going to be at the Kika office in the Bobcat Room, December 11th, which is going to be Councilmember Berner and Councilmember Spencer is going to do that. Brown Trash Day is December 5th. Shred Day and Hazardous Waste Day is also the same day, December 5th, here at Town Hall from 9 to noon. And brown trash, remember, is just on your curb, please. Also, the charitable contribution, that information is up, so if you guys know of anyone, please direct them to our website. They can read the guidelines and fill out the application. It is due next year, I believe January 17th. Just from staff updates, do you recall, I believe this happened I think we started this last year, the beach walkover, boardwalk ordinance that you're part of. We're getting ready to revamp that, so I know Mr. Jordan will be reaching back out to the committee members. We've had a great conversation with our legal attorney who has some concerns about really just the language about amortization or requirements. So Mr. Jordan is going to bring us all back together so we can start back discussing that. You're welcome. Some of you may wonder, I'm not sure if Councilmember Kay, I don't know if you mentioned this, but right now we may anticipate the leash ordinance possibly at the January meeting. You guys may have known that the Environmental Committee took it up and was wondering why it wasn't on the agenda for this month. It may be January or further out, just depending on the Environmental Committee and Councilmember Kay. But just want to kind of let you all know that. There's been coyote sightings. You may have saw that on Kiowa, mainly on the eastern part of the island, maybe more behind Ocean Park. Every time I get information, I do forward on to our biologist, Jim Jordan, who does reach out to individuals. We are going to push out some more information via our e-blast, just in regards to coyote. If you think you see any, please let us know. Just like alligators, remind people not to feed them because it appears that maybe one coyote, maybe the second one,
I saw 2 together,
is getting maybe fed or getting their food from some food source, so therefore they may be losing their fear of humans. But our biologist is going to be looking into that and trying to determine if, in fact, the coyotes have the ones that have been spotted, if they lost their fear, and if so, just like the alligators, or certain things that we can try to do to regain their fear of people. Generally, they said coyotes are not interested in us. They may be more interested in the four-legged critters, but just wanted to put that out there that we have received some emails. We're aware of it, and through our e-blast service, Aaron's department and Jim, we're going to push out more communication about that.
Can I say something, please?
Yes, please.
I was going to wait to talk about that issue until the dog leash ordinance came up, but I wanted to take that opportunity now, Madeline. Whether I personally or anybody is for or against the dog leash rule is not an important thing, as I say at this point, because I think whatever we do has to be comprehensive and take care of the coyotes.
Take care of? How are you
I don't
defining
know,
that?
but the point being that the coyotes are going to disturb whatever nesting birds are in the dunes, regardless of what we do with the dogs. I just wanted to throw that out there. I'm not saying, really didn't want to have, a back and forth. I wasn't planning on talking about that, but I feel very strongly from what I observed on the Turtle Patrol, that every morning is a new fresh of coyote tracks in the dunes. Whatever we do with the dogs has to be comprehensive and to figure out what to do with the coyotes. And that may mean just somehow creating a small fencing area around nests we observe or not, but I fear the coyotes will continue the disturbance of the birds unless we somehow figure out something to do. I don't know what that is. And I just wanted to lay that out there in your head.
Okay, just a few more items. We will also push out, as you all know, the Planning Commission and staff, we're working on the Kiowa Next. We're hoping to have a drop-in scheduled for the community sometime either December 17th or 18th. We're still working on that date, but again, that information and date will be pushed out through our e-blast. Also, some of you we've reported on this, so I'm just going to provide an update on the Kiowa Island Parkway and Beachwalker Drive improvements to the trail. As you know, we received some funding through the county C Fund. And you'll see on the state aid tax, the town is requesting kind of our portion. But the idea right now, or the kind of delay really, is that we were working with the county engineer to create an RFP because we have to put that out for bid. Brian is working on that. Hopefully that should be finalized this week. And so probably within the next week or so that RFP for the improvements on the bike paths on portions of the Parkway and Beachwalker will be, we'll get that pushed out. From Bruce's department, really the one main thing is that you guys are seeing sea fills go up, the rough ends has begun, and I did ask Bruce about the anticipated completion. It's still sometime, obviously, maybe late spring, early fall of next year, if not a little bit sooner, but we don't have the exact dates on that. Some people have reached out to us about the disabled watercraft. We are aware of that. DNR has been working on that. It's been on the radar since November 19th. You'll be amazed, it does take a little bit of time to try, but they have, they do know the owner of the watercraft, and they're working to try to have that removed. And other than that, that's it. Now, unless you have questions for me.
Thank you, Stephanie. Dorota, Councilmember Farrell, want to briefly talk about, I'm not sure we need to spend a lot of time on it. We discussed it at Ways and Means, but you were not participating in that meeting, so this is an update on our investment policy program.
Okay, so should we go the full presentation, or do you want to just very
I'm not
quickly?
sure that we need to do so. Most of the questions, I mean, my view is we've done an extraordinarily extensive process and analysis led by our finance director and Councilmember Farrell. Basically, the bottom line is we're going to continue with the current investment policy of relying on investments in the state local government investment pool. And all the questions and concerns were previously raised by, a lot of questions and concerns by another resident, all of which have been addressed as part of this process as well.
You do the pages and I'll do a one-sentence synopsis of the pages. How about that?
Sounds great.
So I'm sorry, Councilman Farrell, is this with respect to responding to Larry Wolahan's questions?
He and others, yes.
Okay, all right, so can
Yes.
you, just for my own edification, when you get there, can you tell me what Mr. Wolahan said and then what the response is?
Sure.
Thanks.
Well, I can start with that. He raised concerns about the safety and security of our investments, and was it an appropriate investment, and should we be doing more with the money? Those were kind of the three fundamental questions he asked.
Yes, I remember that.
So We have reserves of, what is it, about $38 million? Yes. In 4 different buckets, but they're all reserves for, sorry, am I being stopped?
No,
Okay,
please.
so they're all reserves, and so go back to the first page. And so what we did is, as a fiduciary, we wanted to look at what they were, how they were managed, is there a better option, and ultimately define and better understand kind of the risks that we were taking. So go to the next page.
Go to the second page.
Next
Okay,
page.
next.
Can you stop for a second so I can fix this?
No, let's just go.
Okay, so we started a process. We formed an investment committee. We looked and evaluated the needs that the town had based on the type of monies we were managing. We thought about our investment horizon and tried to think about what's the best in horizon based on kind of liquidity and potential things that happened. We looked at market returns, and then we went out to the marketplace to solicit expertise. Go to the next page. So we did, over a 3-month period, we did an RFP. We sent it out. We had 12 or 14 respondents. And so we looked at all these
That's the
respondents.
list.
12 respondents. They went everywhere from JP Morgan, a large bank, to small consulting firms. There's some statistics here on kind of their size, their expertise, number of professionals, their fees. And that was part of the evaluation criteria, or that was the evaluation criteria. Page. And then we reminded everybody what our authorized investments were. Importantly, they're not equities, they're not corporate bonds, they're not derivatives, not emerging market, not high yield, not really return-seeking assets. Our investment universe, as defined by the state, is basically treasuries, agencies that are less than 5 years of maturity, and then commercial paper type, money market type instruments like commercial paper, time deposits, discount notes, and the things.
And I'm sorry, so what was Mr. Wolahan suggesting that we would invest in?
He wanted us to be more return seeking, and he did not like the fact that we were invested with the state. Now, we're not with the state pension plan, we're with a defined entity that manages assets for 1,000, literally 1,000 different entities within the state of South Carolina. It's a liquidity vehicle authorized by the state. It's managed by Federated Investment Management, and it's been around since 1983 or?
Yeah, it's 1983.
Yeah,
1983.
And it's got over $14 billion in it.
So it's super safe.
Yeah, one of his concerns, or one of his expressed concerns, which I don't think really is a concern, is that there was no full faith and credit or backing of the state for these investments. That is correct, but each one of these investments individually is fairly low risk. Many of these investments themselves are insured, or treasuries. They're backed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government. And this is a pooled vehicle. There's a whole bunch of low-risk investments, and we pay the administrative cost is 2 or 3 basis points.
And there is no, he was asking for something that was guaranteed.
Yes.
There is nothing in the investment universe that's guaranteed other than your bank account with a limit of $250,000.
Right.
Other than that, you're taking market risk, you're taking credit risk, you're taking organizational risk. And I think he was conflating organizational risk with the treasurer and issues around monies that the treasurer hadn't found, which is a different organization than this investment management organization where this money is housed. Okay. Yeah, they're all part of the state government, but it's like saying, I got a ticket from a policeman and I don't like to pay my taxes, and like, it's that far apart. It's
Okay, got it.
So we looked at what our fund was doing. After we looked at the 12 competitors, we looked at our fund was doing. We looked at how it was invested, what the maturity was, how it was diversified, and we felt very comfortable with that. Importantly, we looked at the fees, which were 2 to 3 basis points, and then we looked at investment results, which is always the thing that I kind of come home to. And 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years, this fund has outperformed its benchmark. And I will tell you, it's a difficult benchmark for a fund like this. It's appropriate and difficult, and they've outperformed over every period over 10 years. So we're paying a little bit and we're getting what we're asking for plus. So at the end of the day, what we're not taking is we don't have a whole lot of credit risk. We don't have a whole lot of interest rate risk. We have low volatility risk and we have low, what's called extension risk. It's a technical term. It's got to do with mortgages, but it's really appropriate for something where we want safety, security, and liquidity. Those
We're
are the
putting
three
all our
things.
money in that?
We're not reaching, it's all of our money's in that. Again, it's a $14 billion fund and we're $38 million, so we're a very small part. So it's for that, for liquidity, that's great. We could take all of our money out tomorrow and they wouldn't notice it in their returns or their investments, what they're doing. We'd be a blip on the radar screen. If we withdrew it, that's important to know because what it means is it's highly liquid for us.
Yes.
They would never say, wait, we can't give you all the money
Right.
today. We'd have to parse it out this month, next month,
Right,
3 months.
right.
We could get it all tomorrow if we want.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, given our investment needs, our risk profile, what's going on in the marketplace, and kind of what's going on in the competitive landscape with fees and expertise, we think we're in the right vehicle for what we need investments for. We're not supposed to be taking a lot of risk. By statute, we can't take a lot of risk, and this vehicle suits us, low cost and high value.
So how did this perform in a downturn?
It's going to do, well, it depends on what happens with short-term interest rates. But if you think a downturn means the Fed lowers rates quickly, you're going to see the interest rate drop commensurate with what happens with the Fed and the short-term Treasury market. But it'll be very safe. You won't have default risk, and you won't have big price declines.
So you
You'll actually
invest,
have price increases slightly.
so the investment capital was not at risk then, is what I'm hearing?
No.
Okay.
It's highly principal, I won't say 100%, 99.9% principal preservation.
It will simply, in the future, likely experience is a somewhat lower return because ultimately interest rates are going to be coming down. That's it.
So it sounds like Mr. Wolahan should be satisfied.
We all as a town should be satisfied. We're in a very good investment for what our investment limits are.
Correct.
And for what we need the funds for.
Right.
This is a great vehicle for us.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Dorado.
Thanks, Dorado.
Thank you.
Sure.
Good job.
First item of old business, tab 2, and this was something that was considered and recommended by the Ways and Means Committee earlier today. Mr. Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, do you want to tee this one up?
Yeah, we got a recommendation from town to change our compensation for the medical insurance premiums for the town staff. And what we decided to do was defer this until March and look at the whole compensation package rather than just look at one component. Because if we affect one component without looking at everything else, we're not really seeing the true value proposition. We're either giving or not giving. So we're going to wait till March and look at all the whole compensation and then decide what to do with medical as well as retirement, pay increases, bonuses, and the like.
Okay, I don't know what that really means. When I understand every word you said.
So we're not doing anything until March.
Right. But my question really is, so you said you're going to look at retirement. So are you considering taking away benefits then?
No.
So then what is it that's being looked at?
What I thought we had agreed to was continue with the status quo policy of the town subsidizing 80%
Correct.
of healthcare cost. There were other alternatives presented, one of which is to provide no additional subsidy because the amount the town has been subsidizing has been going up by statute year over year, while the premiums have not increased for individuals. The other the other option that was presented was to have essentially a flat rate amount covered rather than the percentage basis. And what had previously been discussed and was also discussed this morning was to cover all, one option was to cover all of, for example, across the board, the amount equal to the standard single
Right.
person.
No, I understand all that, Mr. Mayor. Let me rephrase it differently. So what I heard is that you're going to continue as of today with the existing 80/20, but that I guess this 80/20 policy payment can be changed next year when you're going to look at the overall benefit package. That's the part I don't understand. So what are you looking at
So,
that's going to be the
it-
basis of that decision?
So, invite others to jump in. I think the context in which the decision was made to continue with the current policy with
Right,
respect
got
to
that.
healthcare benefits.
That's for today, yeah.
But that occasioned a conversation about overall compensation-related benefits provided to town staff.
I see, I'm sorry for interrupting. I understand. So, and I guess that's where I'm coming from, because it sounds like, for the words that I'm hearing is that come next year, you're going to look at the overall compensation package, which is salary plus benefits. But why?
As a
Why? I
normal
guess the
course
answer
of
to the
action.
question is why?
As a normal course.
Can I tackle it? Because
I'm sorry,
There
Madeline,
was-
if you can speak in the
Oops,
mic.
sorry.
That's all right.
I think that the rationale behind it was there are different pieces of the entire package that have value, different value to different employees. And so in the interim, we try to get an assessment, Stephanie kind of running a pseudo survey of the 27 employees to see what's most important to them, so that as we go back and review the full compensation package, we increase those benefits that are considered to be of greatest value to the individual employees. And that's just something that needs to be looked at. That hasn't been done yet. And so in order to get a package that provides a better, more interesting incentive to employees, we take a look at that. all of those
And
things.
another way to answer that, my responsibility as mayor under our form of government is that I have the authority to hire and fire employees.
Right.
In order to make appropriate decisions involved in recruitment and retention of employees, I ultimately, as the chief administrative officer, need to have a good handle on what is the overall set of incentives, the overall package that's necessary to recruit talented employees to Kiowa Island and retain them. But the same token, yes, we could say we're going to be gold-plated across the board. We also have a budget and responsible for presenting. Well, that process will start in February or March, presenting a budget to the council. And a key budget expense item is related to employee expenses. That includes all our expenses. So just like we review every single expense item, which we will as part of the budget process, that includes every element of employee compensation. That means our salary bands, which are under review. That will mean, you raised an issue with regard to, for example, the amount of PTO provided. I think we've shared a conversation that we're not looking to take away any benefits that are currently enjoyed by any employees.
Okay, that's where I was trying to go.
Yeah, but before we consider potentially enhancing any one benefit.
For new hires.
Or enhancing benefits for current employees. Either one, we should understand whether those are critical to recruiting or retaining employees, and regardless, do they fit within our budget constraints?
I'm very, very keen on, as you will see in a little while, on budgetary things. Okay, so you're not necessarily looking at decreasing the benefits package for the staff?
No.
Okay, so then what's holding up the decision then for approving this?
We made a decision.
So
We're not changing anything.
It's the words that I heard you say is that you're going to relook at them next year. So that made me say that then why are we relooking at this?
I kind of look at benefits-related issues, including salary bands, on an annual basis, and it's all part of the budget review process. So that's why it was timed with the budget review process, and I think it was you know, reflection of the lack of knowledge base that we individually, that I have, and I think others have, in what is the totality of the salary and other additional benefits, fringe benefits and others that we provide to our employees, and how does that compare and contrast with, you know, others, municipalities?
I just was going to bring that up. So in order to do what you guys are referring to, you have to have a benchmark of what's happening outside of the town.
So that, but with.
See, that's why, this is what happens when you don't invite me to Ways and Means.
Evergreen, well, we didn't go into all this detail, but we've got 2 consultants that the town has utilized heretofore. Evergreen, which we've utilized for the salary banding, basically looking at the salary bands for different classifications, benchmarking those against the relevant competitors. And then we also have, you know, our HR consultant that's involved in job descriptions, job classifications. That all fits into where things slide in.
All right, so this study is all going to happen at the same time when?
That has already, that work is already ongoing, and it will need to be periodically updated on a routine, you know, as a matter of routine.
Okay, so come February, then we'll talk about this some more. We've batted this around enough then. Is that the time frame?
What we represented earlier today is that we'll endeavor to present to council essentially, for lack of a better term, a memorandum that sets forth kind of what all the elements of compensation or benefits that we provide to our valued employees, and how, you know, we'll quantify those, and to the extent we can, we'll compare and contrast those with what other municipalities in our.
Okay, when's that going to be then? January, February?
Sometime within the first quarter of the next year.
Great, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, thank you for bailing me out there, Mr. Mayor. I didn't do a great job of explaining that, so thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, we need to take a vote on that.
Yes, did I have a motion to approve?
No, you have not
Motion
yet.
to approve.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Next discussion item is another recommendation to the council for approval by the Ways and Means Committee of an engagement agreement with the law firm of Maynard Nexon, but particularly the principal partner there, George Bullwinkle, for legal services pertaining to the Kiawah Island Golf Resort Development Agreement. This issue, as you may recall, was deferred from the last meeting.
I do.
You had raised a couple of questions regarding
Yes.
process, and subsequently sent additional information regarding the process. You had asked for additional information about the bona fides. I believe that was provided as well. Certainly, the town attorney can address recommendations he and our outside counsel, Rasa Appel, had in this regard. The one other thing I would note that is in the interim, we've been able to also negotiate a 20% reduction in the proposed fee level.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve this recommendation, or this motion, this ordinance.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
A lot, please, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I say jokingly.
I didn't
You
realize.
have to invite me to Ways and Means.
We didn't go just discuss this at length because we thought what all, but that's fine. We thought all the questions you
Okay.
raised last time had been answered in the interim, but that's fine.
I'm okay with the selection of this guy, this organization, I'm sorry, I believe. But I'm worried we're not following the right process.
Well, okay.
Our ordinances require us to have a formal written contract from lowest responsible bidders. That's section 4-402. We didn't do that in this instance here. Section 4-404 states that for purchases or contracts or services that exceed $20,000, we have to have competitive bidding. And the last one has to do with sole source procurement, which this would be. Section 4-412 requires the town to have public notice of the intent to award without competition to the town's website at least 5 days prior to awarding a contract. I'm not sure we're following the right process according to our ordinances.
So, couple things. One is council, and I thought that this had been provided to you, advised us and reminded us, and that was my fault for not recalling that when we discussed this the last time, that we had another ordinance that we implemented earlier this year that arguably supersedes that process, that empowers the town attorney to make a recommendation with regard to specialized expertise. That's point number one. Point number two, notwithstanding that kind of boot and suspenders, discussed this with council. We believe that we've met all the criteria for, even if you didn't rely on that, for sole sourcing in this instance, because they both the town attorney and the outside counsel represented that there are essentially two people that can provide this specialized expertise, and one of them is conflicted. So therefore, there is a basis, and we have documented the basis for sole sourcing. Even if we needed to rely on that, council doesn't believe we actually need to rely on that. Now, you did raise an administrative point that this hasn't, if we approve this, we haven't done the engagement for yet until I would then execute the engagement letter, and we could post it on our town's website 5 days before doing that.
Okay, couple comments. So, couple comments. I hear what you're saying. Our counsel, with respect to the designation of this law firm, I think is more of a qualifications perspective, which I don't have a problem with that part with respect to the qualifications. But I don't know how then you box this together where our ordinances require for professional services, section 4-415, for professional services, which this would be, we have to have discussions with no less than 3 firms. It's what it says.
Well, but again, you can refer to the provision that we amended last year, in part because there aren't 3 firms that provide the services.
I understand.
And that's where we also documented, because
I don't
there's
know if there
also
are
the
or
sole
not.
surface provision.
I don't know if there are or not, but.
Well, that
But
was.
then but then don't forget 4-412, sole source procurement outlines that you have to submit all this stuff on our website and do all these notification things,
Which I just said, we can do that 5 days before it's actually executed, because that's all it requires.
So Russ, these are very good questions. Like the mayor raised these initially, I think, or it wasn't at the meeting I was at, but he raised them to me. I'm not a procurement guru, so I reached out to the procurement guru at my firm about this. He went through your ordinances and the most recent ordinance relating to the town attorney, and in section 2504C, he read that and said, as amended this year, that effectively preempts the other sections that you're raising, and
It says it preempts it?
No, that's what the procurement lawyer said. The language is, the town attorney is authorized to recommend to council the retention, appointment, or hiring of additional attorneys or co-counsel as independent contractors as may be required to provide adequate and effective legal representation for the town, with such recommendations subject to the approval and hiring by council. And so we've made that formal recommendation. As you'll recall, our firm went through the procurement process and were interviewed alongside multiple other firms. This is a carve-out for that, though, and it says after you've gone through the procurement process and hiring the firm that's going to serve as town attorney, we can make recommendations so that the town has adequate legal representation. For example, if there's some crazy complicated piece of litigation that our firm's never dealt with and we've got a 30-day response deadline, you may not have time to go through your entire procurement process. Now, you've got an emergency procurement ordinance, but this solves for that with respect to lawyers.
I was going to say, our ordinances, there's a carve-out. Our ordinances have a carve-out if there's an emergency, and what you just described, if there's a 30-day filing requirement, that would be an emergency, so then that sole source procurement thing wouldn't apply anymore. Brad, I'm just trying to do what you did all the time.
No, I agree.
Want
I
to make
mean-
sure we're not doing
And-
something wrong.
And I appreciate that, and that's why I agreed last time that we deferred and we, checked and double-checked. We did not act last time. We had not considered, the last time we considered this matter, the provision outside the purchasing or requisition article that the town attorney just referenced, that he ran by his procurement folks, and we also provided the additional documentation to also support, if, again, belt and suspenders, a sole source procurement. We didn't think that that was actually necessary, but.
Okay, so
we
I'm going to go
satisfied
down to just very simple question then is, I'm going to vote in the affirmative on advice of counsel. You're okay with all of this?
We are comfortable with it.
Mr. Counsel, just as what you read the new ordinance, so this review and recommendation, because based on the new ordinance, it can come from you all. So is this coming from you all then, to make
This
this in
is,
line
so-
with the new ordinance?
That's right, so yeah, I read the ordinance to you, and then the other language I had pulled up is in
And we
the
got a
email.
written
Yeah,
recommendation, which was forwarded to council members.
Great.
From,
Okay, thanks. So I'm satisfied with that. So next question is with respect to the development. So this attorney is going to be retained for assisting us in the new resort development agreement. Is that correct?
that is the sole purpose for retention of this
Okay.
particular individual and firm, because this is specialized expertise that they have that, and I mentioned earlier today, is somewhat surprisingly and shockingly in the legal profession, both the Mac McQuillan and his firm, as well as Ross Appel and his firm, declined to take on additional work and additional fees on behalf of the town, which is very unusual because they did not believe that they had the requisite expertise in order to appropriately advise the town. Now, having said that, this engagement, I'm going to sit down and have a meeting with the president of the resort and try to get an understanding of what the potential timing is on the part of the resort and interest in sitting down and trying to negotiate a new development agreement. And it may be that there's not a lot for this individual to do.
Okay,
in the near term.
that's where I was going.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you for, we're in sync. The current resort development agreement expires July 11, 2027. That's 3 years away. The resort is the one who wants to have a new development agreement, not us.
Correct.
It bothers me that we are going to be encumbered of spending legal fees on something that the resort wants and not necessarily
Well,
us.
funny that you should mention that, because in a note sent to me by the lawyer, George Bullwinkle, who is the expert, said it's customary in his experience that one of two things happens. One, the developer in seeking a development agreement pays the municipality, all the municipalities' consulting costs, which include attorney's fees, and/or the town could implement a new application fee, higher application fee associated with a development agreement to be able to cover some of these costs. So, before we start spending a lot of money, believe me, I'm very mindful.
Yes, that's where I am, because, if we were at the end of the term of the development agreement, of course, we have to get an attorney, but we're 3 years away from the end of the development agreement. We should not have to spend these lawyer fees. We just say, no, we're not going to have a new agreement until we get into 2028.
Well, one thing to note, and this is conversations I've had with both the town attorney and outside counsel, is, I don't recall if you had seen them. There had been now almost exactly a year ago some back and forth on using the current development agreement as the continuing template for a new
Correct.
development agreement.
Correct.
And there was a lot of back and forth between the counsel for the resort, and who's the same counsel in the development agreement for the partners, and the then town attorney, and I had a lot of questions and concerns about a lot of the little legalistic
I know,
stuff.
you
blocking
did
that.
have a lot of the nits and gnats. I
And so
understand that.
all of that needs to be addressed at some point in time.
Okay, but big picture, and I was going to ask if, and you again stole my thunder, which you do quite a lot because you're pretty good at this. Have we sat down and asked Mr. Warren, what does he want?
He has previously indicated, this goes back, which I've mentioned at the prior council meetings, a desire on the part of the resort, this goes back 2 or 3, 4 months ago, to begin to talk about the framework of a new development agreement that at any event would have to go through the full public process of planning commission being submitted to planning commission, them holding public hearings, acting on it, then presenting to the council holding public hearing and acting on it. But before we get to that, are there conversations about a potential framework for a development agreement? Now, what I can say is the ball was in essentially my or the town's court staff and council to kind of sit down and begin.
I know, but my whole point is that if he wants something outlandish, we just say, no, we don't have to go into this agreement, or we don't have to get a new agreement. That's what I'm trying to get to.
I mean, at the end of the day, listen, if he understands, there's a signal that he can present, the resort can present whatever proposed development agreement they want to. But I think the whole idea is what's in the art of the possible, and can there be a kind of high-level understanding of what the key issues are, parameters.
Okay, so we've been talking too long. I'm sorry for being rude because we tend to talk a lot. So I'm okay voting for this. I don't like being encumbered for paying for attorneys on an agreement that doesn't expire for another 3 years, unless you can say the protocol or
There's some additional
customary.
information there, so let me give you 3 things. So one is the planning commission would like to, many people in the planning commission would like to renegotiate this. There's things that are dated in it they'd like to correct. 2, if he's going to enter a development agreement, this is only good for another 3 years or so. He's probably got a 5 or 10-year program. And
sure
3
he
years
does.
is not enough, really, maybe even to get started on the program. Number 3, to your exact point, this lawyer, I think it's this lawyer, has suggested to us that the fees we pay in negotiating a development agreement, we can get refunded from the developer.
Okay.
So while we're paying now, we can get a refund from them.
Well, what the lawyer said is that's common
Reasonable and
practice.
customary, yeah.
Common practice, but it is also true that that did not occur with regard to the current development agreement with the resort, nor the development agreement.
Different administration.
Absolutely. The world has changed.
Yes, it has.
In any number of different respects.
But in Charleston.
But that'll be part of the conversation, there's no question.
Okay.
Did I understand correctly that your expectation was that the developer also wants to get something in place before PGA in 31, so they
Well,
want to get going sooner?
I don't know if Mr. Permar, who has worked with, the resort on some of these planning issues, is in a position to say anything about whether there's been an update with regard to plans for the West Beach site. But based on kind of high-level conversations previous, and I'm having another meeting with Mr. Warren, and maybe I'll get some additional, I hope I get additional information. There was, as you may recall, there was originally a plan to build a hotel there prior to the last PGA. Right. And for various reasons, that did not end up happening. And there hasn't been a lot of impetus. I think it's gone through a couple of iterations. I mean, it's not a decision that's made by individuals here on Kiowa Island uniquely, at the resort, Mr. Warren, Mr. Permar, or anybody else. I think that, involves decision makers up in Richmond. And whether they finalized a set of plans that would include building, another hotel on that site. If that is the case, then I'm assuming that they would want that to happen before the next PGA, which is in 2031. And to Councilmember Farrell's point, given the review process for a a development agreement, and then a review process for site plans and the building schedule.
Okay, so I'm
Need
going
to
to.
start sooner rather than later.
I'm going to put this down. I'm going to vote for this, to move it forward, but I want to make sure that we're not spending money needlessly. And that's bottom line to where I'm coming from. And somehow we're going to have to take care of that. So I'm ready to move forward.
Mr. Mayor, if I could
Thank
just
you.
add, you've already said, in addition to negotiating attorney fees as part of the development agreement, Mr. Taylor had reminded me that this is just in regards to our planning fee. We do have a development agreement planning fee cost, which is $900 plus $10 per acre. That's obviously not the attorney fees, but that's just our cost when they to submit a development agreement.
But
Application.
that's current. What
That's
the
current.
council, our third council was suggesting is that could be revised.
Well, two things I think you're saying is that, one, in regards to the attorney fees, that can be obviously negotiated. And then we do have planning fees that's currently in the books. And yes, if council wanted to amend that to increase those fees, and yes, that can be part of when we bring the fees, typically during the budget process, you can vote to increase what's currently already on the books.
All right, I'm ready to go. Thank you.
Any further conversation? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Dorota, is Dorota still here? Does she need to leave? Oh, there she is. What time do you have to leave?
4.
Okay, we'll see if we can move up your agenda item when we get to new business. The next item of old business, and Mr. Ibsen has been extraordinarily patient, is second and final reading of the loose materials ordinance under tab 4. Now, what we've done is, you may recall, conversation with Mr. Ibsen and several of his industry colleagues last year raised a number of questions and concerns about certainly the original ordinance that had been adopted and the practical implications that resulted from that. We introduced a revised ordinance that we had first reading on that addressed many of the issues that had been raised and infirmities in the original ordinance that we had implemented. And then subsequent to first reading, we said, okay, you've made some good points. We'll see if we can try to address those. We actually had a very constructive meeting with Mr. Ibsen and some of his colleagues. Where we've landed is what's on before the council, which I'm recommending to the council today, is to further tweak the ordinance. What is the language?
I'm not sure if Petra updated your books, but remember you received the update
Yeah, I'm not
via
sure.
email.
Do they have the red line
That's
version?
my big question. I've got 2 Exhibit As. that-
You received via email
see.
the updated version.
Oh, there it is, the 2 Exhibit
so
A's.
I
So
don't know,
the
just-
first Exhibit A with the blue is the.
The one we should be looking at?
Yes, that we should be.
Right, 2 pages from there, there's another
except-
Exhibit A.
Well, because one included something no.
See, there's this one
No.
then, Brad.
No, we don't have the correct one. We don't have the correct one.
Okay, so what was sent out to you guys, I believe via email on Sunday night, was the one that was the correct one.
Okay, so,
The one that was in your books, because that went out before the holidays, it had captured the old one.
so what is actually now, what was sent out by email is what is in Exhibit A, that's the marked up version, but
Correct.
just ignore
F,
F.
correct.
F doesn't exist?
Well,
Correct.
not in what is being recommended.
F doesn't
right now.
exist. Okay.
So what I would, with that background, what I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of the loose material ordinance on second reading.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. I will start the discussion. The concerns that were raised about the meeting, the revised ordinance, was with regard to the kind of the having to cover the
That's the savings.
the dumpster every day and keep it covered, not continually, but certainly overnight, and then also related to issues where they had pickups from the trash management service providers and picking up the dumpsters. We have tried by revising the language, as you can see in E, to as much as we thought reasonable to accommodate the additional interest and concerns that the construction industry representatives, the contractor representatives had raised. We didn't go as far as they would like, but you don't get everything in this world. So what we said in the revised one is you need to keep it when essentially, keep it TARP when it's inactive and over weekends and holidays.
So this means then you can go 48 hours, for example, without a cover?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I'm
Yes,
reading right.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
right.
That is correct. And the idea is if it's an active job site, then it's an active job site. At some point, it's not really an active job site. In that case, you should be covering the dumpster.
Right.
So we're trying to, again, balance kind of competing interest and considerations. Now, what Mr. Ibsen raised earlier was kind of an interesting point, and also Ms. McIlvain raised was, you know, there's still stuff in there that the birds and animals get into. You know, that can be addressed by our litter ordinance. True. That gets kind of messy as well. What F is in there, we actually contemplated putting in, but think there's too many issues related to that, is to a separate requirement, but it doesn't really fit in the loose materials ordinance, for perishable related items and containers to not be put in dumpsters, to be put in trash receptacles that had closed lids, so you avoid that problem. But decided there were some, it didn't really fit here, and there were some other issues that raised, and that if we wanted to revisit the litter ordinance, we could do that, but what here we just want to solve for the practical operational issues related to dumpsters.
Sure, okay.
So, any other questions?
Yeah, no, I would just say from, again, personal experience, I think everybody in the world now knows that I'm doing a project, but this was an issue with my project early on, and I think this is it's a good attempt at especially keeping the crows out of the damn lunch garbage. If it's either goes into a receptacle or goes into a dumpster and it's covered, and a couple of reasons, and it's not just crows, it's crows and rats, but crows, because crows do two things. They take the garbage all over the place, like Ms. McIlvain mentioned, and then you've got crows coming to live in your yard, which is not necessarily the greatest thing in the world at 5 o'clock in the morning when they start chirping. So I think beyond just the normal efforts we're trying to do here, I think when the homeowner moves in after this is over, keeping these things covered and keeping the lunch debris covered is going to be a long way to making a more healthy environment at that residence. So I think we're doing the right thing.
Well,
here,
and that's something, again, we do have the litter ordinance, which we can be more aggressive about enforcing, and the idea is to get compliance. We've had this very constructive conversation with Mr. Ibsen and his colleagues, and that's going to continue on a number of fronts, that perhaps we can encourage a voluntary program or voluntary compliance on the part of the industry to do a better job of avoiding just throwing lunch stuff in the open dumpster, because that's what the raccoons and crows get in. And, you know, if there's an ability to have a trash receptacle on site that can actually have a secure lid, that would address, you know, that issue. So.
And maybe maybe we edit this in the future to put a regular garbage can on site that's picked up every Monday or Tuesday or whatever the cycle is for the lunch garbage, because that's the real problem from my standpoint. It's not the 2x4s or the plywood that's sticking out of the top.
Yeah, I had taken notes of your comments at the last meeting, and so I was very happy to see the revised language under E. I was also happy to see the language under F. And yes, it might be messy, and it might also be covered by the litter ordinance. On the other hand, I don't see a lot of harm in it being included here as well, because this is the ordinance that the contractors are going to be most familiar with. It's pretty darn easy to put a separate receptacle on site, one that the lid comes down firmly on and stays down, and thus discourages raccoons and crows. I would be happy if that F was reinserted into the ordinance. I would be happier with it there than I am without it there.
I would suggest it needs some further tweaking, because this basically, it's not tied to a construction work site in and of itself. This is a provision that is essentially has general applicability to kind of anyone, anywhere.
You talking about section F or?
Yes, the F, which was not, for that reason, for some practical kind of, is this the right place for this? The reason it was put in there is because we're trying to address, but then realize that this may not be the best place to try to address that. And if we want to include it in here, make it a construction site, development site requirement.
Okay,
We-
I'm okay.
We could do.
Then I would rather not let perfect get in the way of progress. Put in the little disclaimer.
And Mayor, if you want, maybe it's good to provide a little bit of anecdotal information that's shared with you, that a contractor shared with us. Their dumpster was actually covered, and it appears that the other issue that they have is that whomever it is, it just wasn't a single container. People are throwing their trash on, they actually threw it on top of the covered dumpster.
That's
And it-
what the-
And it looked like some animal or something tore it open, so actually it didn't come from the contractor. It looked like maybe, I don't know, whoever was walking with their regular trash tied up, and they just threw it on top of the tarp. And then all of a sudden, some animal or
So
bird
if you
tore
had a
it
regular
open.
garbage can, like I have, maybe they would proactively use that rather than throwing it up on the dumpster.
That is correct, and yeah, and then some of the contractors said that, you know, essentially if they have to put one out there, it would end up being used for residents potentially, but not just their contractors, but that was something they did bring up.
Yeah, I can't solve for everything. It's difficult to balance all these competing interests and considerations.
I would add one other thing too, is this is kind of a good solution because there's no cost. The town provides the trash cans for free. Unless it's not being rented, so it's not a cost to the contractor, it's not a cost to the homeowner, so it's sort of a good solution.
Yes, we can talk to, because I guess if it's a trash can, it would be curbside service.
Yep.
Which, to the homeowner, it's no cost if it's curbside service. We just have to be able to get there to service it.
Can you carry the garbage out to the street once a week, you know? Can your guys do that? Okay.
So where are we? We have what's actually pending is the motion to approve is E, but not F. If there is a desire to amend the pending motion to include something along the lines of F, I mean, a council member could certainly make that motion to amend. I would think that would still need to be the language tweaked a little bit to ideally say it shall be a requirement that any construction site or something on any construction site, a trash receptacle with a secure fitted lid shall be provided to, in which all perishable items and something shall be placed. It's something, I don't know, council can maybe help.
Okay, so I will move that we amend the ordinance or
The loose material
vote.
debris, yeah.
You're amending, like to amend the pending motion.
Amend the pending motion so that the ordinance now includes a section under F that says it shall be a requirement that at any construction site, all perishable items, food-related containers, and food wrapping shall be deposited in trash receptacles with sugar-fitted lids. And so stat, you know, the language that currently exists, just insert at the beginning, it shall be a requirement that at any construction site, blah, all perishable items.
Would you want to put on a town trash receptacle or just any trash receptacle?
Well, I don't think you have to specify if they want to do their own.
Isn't that all that we have, is town-provided receptacles?
Yes, the only thing is ours are not secured. So the only difference is that the trash cans that we have are not secured. So if they were to use ours, they would just be unsecured, you know, unless they have a bungee cord or something, but ours are not secured.
Mine's pretty secure.
I would call that secure. The flap, I'd call that
Yeah, the
secure.
flap, oh, okay.
I can, from personal experience, I can tell you, unless you
Raccoons
put a
can-
brick or a bungee cord, raccoons can lift that lid and get in there.
Boy, you've got tough raccoons in
Yes.
your neighborhood. They're much gentler on Sea Marsh.
I'm back to Madeline. Let's not let the perfect get in the way of the good. Town trash receptacle
Okay.
should work.
That's my motion.
Second?
Any further discussion on amendment?
How do they, does a contractor call and say, I need a trash receptacle at 101 Goldeneye, or what?
Yes, they would have to, or the owner would probably have to call to set that up, but I have to work that out with finance. Yeah, probably have to have the owner call so that we can set up curbside service for that location.
Okay, and,
And if we need to work out a hotline, we'll work out a hotline.
Yes.
okay, and how do we communicate this to the builders?
We'll make sure, they have a builders association, and so we will make sure that this updated ordinance, Chris will make sure that it is circulated to the builders association. Well, of course, we'll push it out through our normal communication channels as well.
Okay.
And as we did before, we also pushed it out through our Citizen Serve, our building, or anyone that has a business license from contract services, we'll push that out as well. We'll find various sources.
Further questions or discussions on the amended motion?
Not on the amended, but on the original?
Well, the pending is the amendment, so
Okay.
all in favor of the motion, well, it's as amended, it's on the, we're acting on the ordinance as now amended. Favor?
Aye.
Now you just have to have a motion to approve it.
Yeah, now we're back to the underlying motion as has been amended.
I so move.
Well, actually, it's already pending, so any further discussion?
So to Chris's point, I'm guessing we probably don't want to put the process in here for enforcement, but we have enforcement in here, so do we want to talk about that written warning, then the ticket, or?
That will be an
Policies and
administrative
procedures?
process, Mona, and we're in the process of working on, and it's not unique to this, but applicable to code enforcement more generally. And it's going to be a step process where, you know, verbal or written warnings first, and then, you know, before you start imposing fines.
Yeah, and I think that Chris had previously mentioned the consistency of the fines.
Yes, that will.
That's part of that
That will
process.
be, yes, part of it, yes.
Okay. Nothing
Any
else for
further
me.
discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, relief from duty. So now we are to what we discussed somewhat earlier today, tab 5, second and final reading of the pervious paving requirements ordinance. Mr. Taylor?
Members of the council, what I will do is, as part of consideration today, just do a very brief highlight of kind of how we got to where we are at second reading, and then based on some of the conversations held earlier and since the first reading, provide what I think might be some path forward on a few of the nuance of this particular ordinance, and then highlight a couple of things within the actual text body of the ordinance that I think you should consider or deliberate a little further on. The first is just recalling that this proposed text amendment is following a traction of our comprehensive plan and our comprehensive marsh management plan. So the recommendations are both out of those specific documents, those goals and objectives from that document. This has received support from the Comprehensive Marsh Management Work Group, as well as received Planning Commission recommendation of approval by a vote of 5-1. This particular ordinance was tabled for a period of time since August to allow for a little bit, since July allow for a little bit more discussion. And since then, you all recall on September 30th of this year, we had a stormwater management workshop. At that particular workshop, there was a presentation provided by the Conservancy, Lee Bundrick, who provided a little bit more details or context regarding the benefit, the cross-sections of pervious surfaces that complemented the intent and why the recommendation was put forth by not only the Comprehensive Marsh Management Plan Work Group, but supported by the Planning Commission. And so for today, since then, one of the recommendations, in addition to Planning Commission recommending approval, there was a big request for the members of the Planning Commission to ensure that as part of this particular ordinance, we do continue efforts to educate and provide a community awareness to regarding pervious and impervious surfaces. So I do want to briefly highlight just those things that staff has continued to work on. One is that we've sent notice directly to all of our contractors, encouraging them to use pervious surfaces, and we've gotten some responses before this has been even a mandate. There isn't a record of that, but I know that there will get calls and questions from contractors based on the amount of communication that has went out on pervious surfaces of them inquiring, well, is it a mandate today or will it be a mandate? And so I think they're beginning to have those internal conversations about how to best educate their clients moving forward if this does become, if this ordinance does approve. The second is we did update our website to provide a little bit more context and the intent. This was jointly worked on with not only the town and the Conservancy, but the ARB as well joined in with Community Association. And so that efforts has been a joint effort with communications teams as part of a subgroup of that marsh management work group. And they've provided a sort of a resource guide that provides education of some of the things that were presented back in September on the importance of how it's connected to the greater stormwater runoff, the benefits that might accrue from the town's perspective, and when we look at our community rating system that this particular ordinance could fold into gaining credits on, and then some of the other just nuance of the different materials options. And then the other is just continuing engagement with the regimes and neighborhood associations. As you've seen evident today, there's still a lot of what I call community-led initiative on this front. And the town planning department will continue to kind of engage with them and provide the resources that they need in order to continue these efforts on their own outside of a regulatory change. The second, or thing I'll remind council, is that as part of this initial recommendation, the committee, the work group, from the Comprehensive Marsh Management Plan has always taken an approach that we should take a dual prong approach. So with the regulatory changes, incentives should also be coupled. And that way, it didn't force anyone to make any changes unnecessarily. Like, we didn't require anyone to replace a driveway, but they would be incentivized to replace the driveway. The ordinance today, as it's written, as you know, it would require any new driveways, parking areas, or that those would be now required to be of a pervious material. And I think at the time initially presented to town council, there was not a great appetite for incentives. We've continued to still evaluate, as Ms. Kay has stated today, different options. And what I'll pause here now is just go to the actual ordinance. And as I present the actual ordinance, I'll ask a few, like I said, things that you should consider as you deliberate second reading on this particular ordinance. So beginning with the Exhibit Exhibit B. This is on Section 12-128, Access, Parking, and Loading Regulations. There is a new clause that says, all new driveways and driveway replacements permitted after X date shall be constructed of pervious materials. I know that there was consideration during the earlier discussion of this potentially being impacted today. What I would offer for council to consider is that you could build into the ordinance now a phased opportunity for implementation of this. So if the effective date essentially allows a grace period, if that is a consideration of council. I'm just bringing the things that I've heard today as a kind of other additional things that you could consider.
Well, John, just a question in that regard. The issue was raised by Ms. Hadley. The question is, has their project already been permitted, or it's still in the review process?
To my understanding, they are still working through Architecture Review Board, and I don't have a exact date of exact knowledge of whether or not they've submitted formally to us yet. But I know, based on what I heard today, that they were working through Architecture Review Board.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, I'm sorry, you are.
It's in process, so it has not, the ARB has not approved it yet. The project has about, I think, half of the folks that are planning to replace their driveways have received estimates and are signing on the dotted line, so to speak, if that makes sense. So the project is very much, the installations are scheduled to begin in late January or February. That's when the installations will start. So that's why we started to apply for permits.
But you haven't applied for any permits to the town.
We can't because a condition for getting a permit from the town is to first have the permit from the ARB.
Correct.
Really?
It's on the application.
No.
That is not correct.
Oops.
I saw that on the application for the town.
Which application?
I went citizen serve.
So, yeah, there's no requirement for the Architecture Review Board. We have encouraged folks to when contractors come in to receive communication from ARB, that they've started that process just to alleviate any particular concerns. But we don't have any specific requirements that would prohibit you from submitting to the town for review.
Well,
that has been there have been some language that previously been on the town website that might have suggested that should have been remedied and rectified, that these are independent review processes.
Okay.
And
The ARB may have implied that in the past.
Yeah, and I would hate to see individuals like this penalized by something that's clearly not their fault.
No, but one thing I'm suggesting is whatever date we put in here, you can file for permit tomorrow and just said permit submitted after.
Consider it done. Yes, that's good to know.
There may be broader issues, but just.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that. So,
The other thing that,
And by the way, I just want to, because you have a member of the construction industry here, and this would be a conversation that may come up, and there's been probably some misconception on that issue.
I was under the impression we had.
I would just state that I think it's been a long history of pattern of behavior that is slowly changing.
Yes.
So.
It's been the path of least resistance in the past.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now,
30
that doesn't
30 years
necessarily, whether or not you are required to get an ARB permit is a completely separate matter, separate standards. But the town has its own zoning code, and its own requirements, and they are not contingent upon, satisfaction of those are not contingent upon whether or not you need a ARB permit and whether or not that is granted.
The other thing that Ms. Hadley brought up that we should at least think about is, instead of mandating pervious, maybe we also talk about second semi-permeous, because you said. Okay, because, John, I don't know how much that would reduce the benefit
So
of
the
the surface,
difference-
but the cost went up by a third or by 50%? So to kind of answer one of your issues, Russ. Okay, thank you.
I just want to, there might be some conflict there in that particular issue, just because the new ordinance does actually put an infiltration rate on our pervious definition, whereas our previous pervious definition does not include that infiltration rate. And so the Ocean Woods model would have been approved just based on as determined by the planning director, opposed to it being now needing to meet a specific infiltration rate of 0.1 inch per hour. So as a contractor or design team now present a project, they would need to show in their specs that this has that permeability rate.
Yeah, we should, if I may, we should probably give a date in the ordinance and use pervious and have a definition, because if you introduce pervious or semi-pervious, it can go all over the map, and the standards won't be the same, or we're not going to have to, we'd have to have a weird standard for semi-pervious. So it'd be better to let one go through now and then make them all pervious, if that's our goal.
Time out on one thing. Our finance director has another appointment. I don't think we're going to get to new business before you need to leave. So if you need to go ahead, and we'll take care of it.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to highlight then, if there are no other actual questions about the actual language, I do just want to highlight.
I have one question. So, like hypothetically, so he puts in a impervious driveway, Russ does, wants to save some money. 2 months later, after this ordinance becomes effective, he's getting some big windows delivered for his house or something. They drive heavy equipment on it, and it cracks portions of his driveway. Can he repair those without making the entire driveway pervious? Because it uses the words new driveways and driveway replacements. Does it where do repairs fall into that? Could he do a partial repair? Is that not a replacement? Because we may need to specify that. Isle of Palms has a similar ordinance, and we're literally dealing with a similar issue out there with the homeowner.
There was discussion, I think maybe did not add that breadth of detail of clarity of whether or not what constitutes a replacement versus a minor sort of a few tiles being needed to be replaced. I think the intent was that if someone's redoing their entire driveway, then they would need to make the new driveway of a pervious material. So
Yeah, I think it's worded fine then.
Yeah, that was the intent. Yeah.
I mean, I would think a plain reading would still say replacement of the driveway is replacing the driveway, but that it's not just repair of an existing drive, but.
Could you put a parenthetic in there that said repair of 50% or less of the surface area is a repair, not a replacement, or?
You could also do that by administrative rule or policy as well. I mean, if you want, we put that detail in the ordinance. We're having kind of questions to John now, because we haven't actually moved the motion, which is fine. John, just one thing. I've always thought, I don't know what raised this again, that this provision F, this new F, is oddly placed in is a sub-provision to the predicate paragraph that says, "The following regulation shall apply to development to prevent the proliferation of poorly spaced driveways," and blah, blah, blah. And it doesn't even suggest anything related to impact on environment or a design standard, as the parking space one does. It's not the biggest issue, but
I think it was called out in this section because this is the most prevalent section that dealt with driveways, so it was placed there. This particular section, as the actual parking section of this, is now contemplated being moved to the landscape and tree preservation section, that's just in as proposed now, working its way through the planning commission, or tomorrow at least. And so I mean, we can come back and I think massage it around. If you know of a more, I think just administratively right now, it makes sense to keep it in section because it's aligned with.
Or there could just be a little at the end of the first paragraph, comma, and, you know, and to address, you know, runoff or stormwater management concerns or something like that. It's not the biggest deal, but.
I have another little one as well.
Well, we should probably
Probably
move to.
Before you get into.
I've been waiting to talk. We haven't.
Okay, all right. We've had enough background and context provided by the planning director. Can I entertain a motion to approve on second and final reading the amendments or the revisions to section 1221-28?
Yeah, so moved.
Second.
Lance, second.
Discussion.
I don't like any regulation, or I should not say any regulation, I'm sorry, that's wrong. I don't like a regulation that's going to require replacement driveways to be pervious. I'm okay with new driveways I'm okay with commercial being pervious. I think if a homeowner has a concrete or whatever previous driveway, he should be allowed to replace in kind. I don't like forcing somebody to spend money they don't have to spend.
So I'm of the same opinion, but for a lot of different reasons. If the objective is runoff, I think this is a great concept, right? Reduce runoff, be more green. And I've mentioned this before. I think this is okay, it's a first step, but it's a small baby step, and we spend a lot of time on this. I'd rather spend our time on this. We haven't talked about anything about saturation rates of the ground and the groundwater here in the low country. There's a high water table, so saturation rates are very high. If you look on the internet, it says about 45 minutes. So, you know, the rains here last longer than that. The impact, once you get saturation, the rest of the rain is running off down the driveway, even if it's pervious. We get about 40 inches of rain a year. So I don't think the impact is going to be that great. There's going to be limitations on turn circles, which we've already experienced. You have to, because of the wear turning, you're going to have issues around that. The replacement cycle for repairs is about 30 years. So this just doesn't have the impact that I would like to see, and we're spending a lot of time on this. And so I'd rather see us, again, this is a great effort. I think it's attractive when you do it. But I'm not sure I'd want to do this for repairs either. And I'm fine with it for new construction, but again, I don't think the impact is what people think it's going to be, because of nobody's talked about saturation rate. Nobody's talked about drainage. Nobody's talked about water table level. Those things are all critically important.
Those have been discussed. Let me just pull back a little bit to provide a little bit more insight, I guess. The heavy discussions that occurred at the marsh management and workshop level. And the Conservancy, Lee provided a lot of the context, I think, through this particular process for the work group. When it comes to the different soil types on Kiowa, yes, most of the soil types on Kiowa are pretty sandy soil, so they really do drain well. And that was part of the equation of allowing to think that this would even enhance the amount of drainage, because most of the island does drain pretty well. The other component is the infiltration rate. The one that's being proposed is consistent with most of every other municipality who do have a permeable requirement as there's their current code. And so we didn't felt that it was overburdened by adding additional, I guess, burden to the property owner and a new standard that wouldn't be that would be inconsistent with any other municipality locally, particularly. The other component I do want to reference is regarding replacements versus new construction. That was, there was a lot of dialogue there, and I think what ended up landing in this particular place of including both new construction and replacements is that new construction was the smaller of the two. When you think about build out for Kiowa, new construction would probably be the smaller of the two, and that when you look at the life cycle of a replacement, this is not necessarily going to immediately require anyone to rip up a current driveway, but it would, let's just say, if you've been here since 95 or in the next 20 years, you may now be required to do that. So in my opinion, the work group didn't say that we're putting a burden on anyone to currently rip up a driveway, but in the next 20 years, when you are considering that, then that would be something that would be required, because the life cycle for a driveway replacement is much longer. So where we are today, we may not get any replacements in the next 10 years unless those are in the very older areas of the island that were developed in the late 70s, early 80s. The final thing that I didn't mention, and I don't want to go this route until you guys raised the concern, this was regarding the comments regarding incentives. One of the things that, as continuing this dialogue or thoughts of ideas of incentives was, one, we mentioned the idea of a sort of a subsidy or a credit to the building permit fees process. The other was looking at incentives to actually flood-prone areas. And so if there were areas on the island that we could identify mapping, that would be something else that could be built into this equation that allows a little bit more aggressiveness towards solving our greater flood management issues. And so I just wanted to throw that out there. Hopefully I try to tag a little bit of stuff with you.
I'll go.
And again, let me close with, I think this is, the concept is a great concept. The approach is a great approach. I just don't think the impact is going to be what we might think it is going to be otherwise.
And all legitimate points, and I really, as somebody who might be considering replacement of my driveway, the prospect of spending $40,000 that I don't need to spend is a bit daunting. So I empathize. The flip side is that we are in an area that is increasingly prone to flooding, to drainage problems. I see parts of my road falling into the marsh. I have seen evidence of individual property owners whose situations have been dramatically improved because they have replaced their driveways with pervious surfaces, because there's darn little we can do to hold back the ocean, but there is something that we can do. Even if the impact is somewhat minimal, there is something that we can do about runoff, pooling, the kind of situation that happens with that December storm down at Inlet Cove. This is certainly not a solution that is going to take care of every issue. But I think it's imperative on town council to try to take those baby steps that we can take. This represents a baby step. Only about 18% of the island is now covered with impervious surfaces. If we can take a step to improve it, then I'm one of those people that has to support it. The other thing I don't like on this, I don't like on section 1263, the chart that allows for an increase in coverage of maximum lot coverage. Even though it's reduced from 10 down to 2.5, from 5 down to 15 down to 5, from 20 down to 10, Again, I find any increase in coverage to be counterproductive to the entire concept, so I would delete that. End of my comments.
So I would say
Okay.
with the allowable,
No, yeah, respond to Madeline, and then I'll speak.
no, I wouldn't say the allowable increase, that reduction was just based on now net driveways and areas that would be required to be permeable. That would not be built into that allowable increase, and so essentially it would be non-effective to put it into that allowable. So that's what is sort of staff's a way to kind of reduce that number. This area still would account for other areas, courtyards, to keep it minimally, that allowable increase. That hasn't been something that we have seen as an issue. The primary lot coverages that we do see, of course, most of them on Kiowa are 33%, but today what you see is that 20% as it's written in. If you were to add in a permeable walkway or permeable other elements onto your site, that doesn't count towards your 33%. It counts towards the allowable increase. So this was the natural incentive before anything moving, before where we are today. So we didn't want to completely remove that incentive from the code. I mean, it's up to the discretion of council, but staff was not recommending completely removing the incentive because it has been baked in, and we would create a lot of nonconformities that incentive being removed.
Okay.
So on your last point, I agree that I think that we're walking back the benefit by creating an incentive. If we're requiring it, if that's what we ultimately vote for, then I think it's required. I think an incentive comes with voluntary, not mandatory adherence. I wish we could be more aggressive about things like this, to be honest. I think that living at Kiowa comes with some trade-offs and responsibilities. We know more about the natural environment now. We know more about technologies to address it now. I think this is a good thing. I know these aren't one for, if somebody wanted to argue with me, they could easily do it with what I'm about to say, but because these aren't direct correlations, but I think about, you replace your air conditioner now, and if you had an if you're on underhouse air conditioner, you got to go build a stand now. That comes with living in a floodplain, and that wasn't required a few years ago, but I replaced an air conditioner last year. I paid a ton of money for a stand. The trade-off was I got more storage space, but there's a lot of give and take that goes with being here. So, and while I would probably grumble, and I hear grumbling about when the ARB mandates you put in trees and stuff when you're doing a project, that goes with what I think our community objectives are for Kiowa as far as what we want to create as an environmental community. So I think this is a good thing. I would take out the incentives, though, for the mandatory thing, is my thought.
Sorry, I didn't understand the last.
The incentives, the 2.5% walking back the benefit, the table Madeline was pointing out.
Yeah.
Allowable percentage maximum coverage at 2.5, 5, and 10% in that table. I agree that we're mitigating the benefit, which already is going to be slow to come. Why mitigate it through the ordinance? I don't think that's necessary.
So you may or may not know this, and if you know this, I apologize. So I'm not sure I agree with it either, but you could think of it as a pendulum swinging back. So the pendulum used to be such that driveways and pervious surfaces and driveways were not covered as part of lot coverage. Then they were covered. And people said, well, fine, I'll put in a pervious driveway. I think I said impervious. I'll put in a pervious driveway so I can make my house bigger. So then they said pervious driveways count as lot coverage. So now we're sort of walking that back a little bit.
Yeah, and you're running non-conforming probably too.
Because, I mean, if you're thinking about McMansions and you're trying to solve the problem, then counting pervious driveways solves that problem. If you're thinking about water runoff and absorption, then pervious driveways should be a good thing. So it's sort of walking that pendulum back from McMansions versus water runoff or water absorption.
I was not aware of that, but I appreciate you adding that. I honestly wish there were go ahead.
One other thing, if you have beds raised 3 feet, 24 inches, if you have raised beds around your house,
3 feet.
they count as lot coverage, even if you have plants growing in them.
But they would go towards that allowable increase, so it wouldn't be, you wouldn't be quote-unquote penalized for your primary coverage, but it just go to that allowable increase. So that kept to Mr. Farrell's point, the larger mansions a little bit smaller.
I wish there were technologies that handle wear and tear of Keel Island Parkway, to be honest, but I know that we're not there yet, so.
The other thing that, to Mr. Farrell's point with respect to it's not really increasing the percolation that much. When you put pavers down, you have to compact the subbase to a certain density, because otherwise they're going to float all over the place. When you're compacting it to a certain density, you're creating an impermeable flow of water. So it's not going to have the same percolation as the dirt right adjacent to the driveway. That's just engineering.
I think it
It's
depends on the
really,
materials.
I beg your pardon?
I believe that depends on the materials that are used.
You have to compact it to a certain amount, otherwise it's going to be wavy, and when you
Yeah,
roll
I've
over it,
built
it's,
decks.
pardon?
I've built a patio. I mean, yeah,
Yeah, but that, a patio is for foot traffic. That's completely different than for
No,
vehicular
so
traffic.
they're different, that the cross-section of what would be required as far as the different courses underneath that top paver, as you go lower, those aggregates gets larger, and so that weight would be able to support it, and then that topsoil is really fine, and so the water would get to that top layer, which that's the
Oh, it
layer
will
that
get through it. It will get through it, but it's not going to be anywhere near as permeable as the dirt right adjacent to the driveway, because it has to be compacted to a certain amount. Otherwise, it's going to have differential settlement and be wavy, and nobody's going to be happy with it. It has to be compacted to a certain amount.
Yeah, but I think there's still, I don't disagree with you. I just think that cross-section, depending on where it's located, will solve for that compaction at the top layer. Because now that the under courses have larger aggregates, so that filtration system allows that water to.
Because what's going to happen then if you don't compact it to a certain level, you're also going to have ruts in your pavers where the wheel tracks are, they're going to concave.
Yeah, and the other thing is that we're
so
not.
that's why I'm just saying, I'm just wanting to go on piggyback on what Luke's saying. It's because you have to compact it a certain amount.
Yeah, and the last thing I said, we're not requiring that everyone gets pavers. There are a number of options that they can choose from as far as what.
Okay.
What they, yeah.
I think I'm against regulating homeowners, forcing them to replace, or not forcing them to replace, but forcing them to have a replacement with a permeable material. I'm against that regulation. Unless they're all for it. You can still do it if you want. Nobody's stopping you from doing it. I don't like forcing them to do it.
So your issue is replacement, not?
Yes, replacement.
I'll add, I wish the trails could be impervious. The trail in Inlet Cove after the storm last Thursday, that gully washer we got, was flooded for 3 days. I wish we had something other than asphalt for the trails, to be honest.
So just through this particular process, the Community Association has been trying to do on their non-primary trails to install pervious material. So some trails, require that just because ADA compliance and whatnot, but some of their non-primary trails, I know that they have worked on.
Chase Ryan down.
Yeah.
The issue is the town's trails are primary trails, so.
Yeah.
This is a tough issue, tough subject. There's different rationale for going in both directions. I struggle with this back and forth myself. Maybe I shouldn't even say this, but Mr. Berner, if you're replacing your air conditioning and the regulation is you need to use a more efficient air conditioning, it costs more, but it's more energy efficient, so you're saving energy, but you pay more for it. That's probably a good thing for the environment. But you
Yeah,
pay
if I
more,
had the
you
option.
get a benefit out of it.
But it's lower operating costs then, so I would be for that.
Yeah, because it uses less electricity.
Right, I'd be for that, yeah.
Maybe you have a better
But it's still my
visual,
choice.
Maybe your
But it-
driveway's a better visual.
But it's still my choice. I don't like taking
Actually, it's
it.
not anymore. The government mandates you to have high energy efficiency
I take your general point, but we have a whole bunch of zoning regulations. There are a whole bunch of ARB requirements where there are requirements and you don't have any choice.
I know, I knew you were going to say that. Brad, I knew you were going to say that.
And they impose increased cost on everything.
Brad, I knew you were going to say that. At some point, I think you have to stop forcing people to do things. Let them make their own decision.
Tough issue.
I also go back and forth. I don't have quite the same concerns as Councilmember Berner does about, and Councilmember Farrell has different concerns about the driveway replacement requirement. But I also am mindful of the fact, which Councilmember Kay and I have talked about, that we've got a pretty good voluntary program going on, not without a mandate. And you noted even some people in your neighborhood have replaced their driveways because it's beneficial to them, maybe more aesthetic pleasing or, so I also am, I think, comfortable with, and this is a change from where I was originally, from deleting, if necessary, to kind of get consensus, the driveway replacement. We can always come back to that, and/or unless until there is an agreed upon incentive program that everybody is comfortable with.
Here's another way to think about this. I'm sorry, I'm going to pick on you. You've offered an option to the community, and 40% of your community has voted for it.
We expect, just like you said, ultimately, all of the homeowners decided to do it. We expect that as the driveways are put in, that more and more people will look at them and say, yes, I want to do that as well. So right now, the initial offering, 40% responded in both of our neighborhoods.
So in time, maybe 60% of this group will get there too.
And it looks good.
But it is it's a tough thing, especially when you're spending, reasonable amount of money to do this.
Quite a few in our neighborhood have actually done it before this program even got started. Was there 10 or something like that? It really looks good. That's one of the upsides.
Think of the enhanced property values for all of us across the island. The better we look.
Mr. Mayor?
Call for a vote. You want to make a revision? Does anybody want to?
Just as administratively, if there are recommendations or if we can do them piecemeal and then come back so I can make sure that I understood. What I'm hearing is that generally removing replacements to right now is the principal one. If they're,
I'm suggesting, following on the lead of two of my fellow council members, to propose deleting and driveway replacements at this point in time.
Was there already a motion, so will you be amending the motion?
And are you suggesting that for single-family residents only, or single-family and commercial?
No, the only thing that's being recommended is driveway replacements.
It doesn't say commercial or single.
It doesn't specify commercial or otherwise. I'm not sure if it would, I guess are there driveways to commercial?
so just to be clear, both driveways and parking services are included in this, so that.
No,
would-
parking is not affected. What I'm saying is a driveway under our zoning code definition has to go to a building or structure. And I'm not sure if certainly it wouldn't impact parking lots.
Wait
I
for
guess
it.
River Course, that
Yeah,
area there, is that a
I'm
driveway?
I'm trying to think.
Going in
Like,
front of
so,
River Course?
a lot of the pork and share areas that
That's
are
why I
in
asked,
front of
are
the
you driving
commercial
in there?
buildings, those circular areas in front of commercial buildings, those would
Right.
now fall under that, I think, component.
Driveways
They're not, that's not a driveway.
I'm saying based on our definition, driveways includes parking areas and turnaround things.
Yeah,
but
right.
It
And that would
it
be
would
river
include
course.
driveways and areas needed to turn around. So those
Right.
would include, based on our definition of driveway.
So that's what I'm saying, example, going into River Course is a road, but that turnaround in front of where you can drop people off, that would be considered a driveway.
Correct.
How is that considered a driveway under our definition?
If you go to,
Boy, I didn't know that. I would not have thought that. Let's see.
That would change my,
on the last page of Exhibit C, you'll see it, I included a definition of driveway there. Driveway means a minimum 10-foot wide vehicular travelway of any surface treatment, whether pervious or impervious, from the property line to the garage. This includes guest parking.
To the
and
garage.
Required backup and turnaround areas required for safe
there has to be
vehicular.
going to a garage, though.
Yes.
Well, the places you're all talking about aren't going to garages. They don't go to garages.
Yeah, if there's a turnaround area that's going in, like, I'm thinking there's a few on.
There's no garage.
Oh,
Yeah, there's no garage in the river
I didn't hear river course, I'm sorry, I didn't mention river course. Not the river course. No, I'm thinking about, like, there's a few properties on Flyway and Valley Bunyan that have,
No, commercial, we're talking
commercial,
commercial.
I'm sorry.
I'm not seeing where
So
the
there wouldn't-
driveway fits in with, it would, if we deleted and driveway replacements, how that impacts, it seems to be impacting only single-family homes.
I would agree, yeah.
Not any commercial.
Does Kika have anything in their properties that lead to like their landscape people off of Sorrel that leads into a garage, like their driveway leads into a garage, and they would consider commercial? But just kind of thinking through certain things.
What about where the Kika building is? And
I'd
they
be
have the parking lot?
maintenance.
And they
No,
have,
'cause
gar- they
that-
have
And we spent a lot
The
of
Kika
time
building
there
doesn't
talking
have a
about not
garage
calling
at the admin office or Sandcastle.
driveway.
don't they have,
They do
they
have
do.
some kind of.
yeah, they have
Oh,
some
yeah, they
shed
do
or
have a
something.
shed.
Yeah.
That would be,
To apartment.
We never use this as a
Could be, you
garage. I
would
don't know if they
know.
use it as a garage, but that could be a good point.
The Kika
And a driveway, or
headquarters, don't
because
they
they don't
have
have
some kind of
garages?
storage?
They're
big
sheds.
Facility?
They're sheds.
Not considered a garage, though, is
like
it?
windstorm.
They're technically garages. They're technically garages, so when the town used to be there, there were, some were used as garage. So it's technically a garage, but I don't know how Kika's using it today. Correct.
we need to table this.
That driveway definition needs work.
If there's, do we need?
This is not addressing parking areas.
Yes, parking areas. On exhibit,
Okay, our definition of garage, for some
Exhibit B.
reason, our definition of garage includes comma private. If you just delete the private, the definition of garage would exclude almost any commercial.
if council wants to ensure that this is addressing single-family compared to the commercial, we can make that accommodation as part of this then, if that's the direction that
Well, I certainly, I have no issue applying the mandatory for all new driveways and clearly all commercial road, anything that might be characterized as a driveway. I don't think there's much that would fit within the definition, but certainly all parking areas.
All parking areas, yeah. And I'm okay with replacement there.
But it's not, there is, this only applying to replacement driveways.
I said if we apply this to parking areas, I'm okay if you require parking area replacement to be pervious.
This says all required surface parking facilities shall be constructed. The question is, does this require commercial facilities to tear up?
That's not the intent. So we didn't have the intent to anyone to tear up existing facilities.
Replace.
Yeah, this doesn't say only on a
Doesn't say
replacement.
replace.
parking design standards, the following minimum design standards to a parking lot. All required surface parking facilities shall be constructed of a pervious surface.
Right, so we're not asking, essentially, if you have an existing parking facility, we're not asking you to rip up that parking facility now and replace it. That's just like that would now become a non-conforming structure based on our code. So if the intent is to ensure that redevelopment of X percentage or completely that property now is considered, and those, we felt that that might have been.
To this point, I would suggest that all required newly constructed and replacement surface parking.
Commercial.
No, but this is under the
Yep.
It
commercial.
applies to both residential and commercial, so this isn't,
This is parking.
yeah, so this would apply to both residential and commercial. Surface parking would be required to be pervious.
Replacement or just new?
Replacement was not a part of this, but if that's the desire, I think the impetus, there wasn't a whole lot of conversation on replacement. I think because there would be a larger burden on the number of parking spaces for a redevelopment site.
Isn't
But
parking the
there
larger
was not a
footprint?
whole lot of discussion that I recall from the planning commission on that particular item.
Sorry, isn't the parking the larger footprint compared to driveways?
Yeah.
That's the bigger
And
target.
it's clearly, I mean, just on the island as a whole, but yes, any
I
parking
think
area
the
creates a
concern
lot of
was.
impervious surface
The
right now.
concern was mandating that, or at least not setting the intent that existing parking facilities were being ripped up based on this code. But if I would support, as planning staff, if there's redevelopment projects that now those.
Repair, replacement.
Or replacement become permeable, yeah.
Then by the Marsh House, their initial construction is pervious. It's just that gravel dust.
Right.
So if the sanctuary had to do major repair on their parking lot, that's a big hit. Could we have that be, would you want that to be pervious?
That's the consideration that you would need to.
So, and I don't know if this is true in, so apart from commercial, I mean, you have a lot of the regimes that have not individual, but, across the way, Dune side, they have a community parking, surface parking lot. So the question is, do we want to require that if that, becomes cracked and broken and needs to be replaced, that it needs to be?
We don't have control over that, do we?
No.
Inside, it's behind the gate.
I mean, it applies to, anything on the island. This is.
I can just share the context. The conversation was that the model for this was looking at what was done at the Sandcastle and saying that becomes sort of a new normal for large-scale parking areas where there's a permeable surface there. And so how does that transition happen? Is it just we're phasing in all new construction, or is it where if there is a significant renovation occurring at that facility, at the building, do we require them to replace the parking as well? So I think it's just how aggressively do you go with requiring both the redevelopment of a structure and the parking facility itself?
I would say parking for commercial has to be pervious. I think we're all heading in that direction. I don't have a problem with that. But it would be replacement parking again.
Well, only commercial, and the reason I'm thinking about my neighborhood, Riverview. Now, it's not an issue for us because we have 3 little guest parking, little pad areas.
I know what you mean.
They all happen to be pavers. So, but if they weren't, and they needed to be replaced, would we want to have that apply?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. That's fine. So, This just says parking facilities, like, it assumes constructed. Again, it gets to the issue, do we want to include
Repair and
replacement?
replace. Repair, replace, or constructed.
Or repair, or just replace?
Not repair? We say that?
I would say replace, just as.
Yeah, and I don't think, there's not that much to worry about. So we're worrying about wording, and there may
Also,
be
is all
3 instances.
required newly constructed and replacement, replacement surface parking facilities? Or, I don't know, that's not worded very well. Construction of, and replacement of any required surface parking facility shall be of a pervious surface.
Why don't we just mimic what we have for the driveways and say, all new parking and parking replacements permitted after such and such date shall be pervious? We just
Parking facilities replacements,
all new parking and
We can
parking
work on the language,
replacements
I just-
permitted after whatever date. And just mimic what you have there.
We can prepare more precise language and as it's, before it's signed, we can ensure that it's appropriate.
Doesn't this have to go back to Planning Commission? Because I think under 629-760, which deals with enacting or amending zoning regulations, it says no change or departure from the text as recommended by the Planning Commission may be made pursuant to the hearing unless the change or departure first be submitted to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation. So I think if y'all amend it in any way, it's got to go back to Planning Commission, then it comes back before you.
well, and questions, I mean, that seems to suggest any change. Even a
That's from
grammatical
that's from the Local Planning Act. 629-760.
But that's not what it says, though. It says any.
There's no change. Now, I think if it's a Scrivener's error or clerical error, you can fix that. But if you're taking out replacement and just having it apply to new, that's probably a big enough change.
Then it has to go back.
Yeah.
So, it has to go back.
It's going to drag it out for another.
This has happened like
I would disagree,
4 or 5
Counselor.
times at Seabrook with their short-term rental ordinance. They make a change, goes back, make a change, goes back. So we're on like reading number 6 now.
Well, thank you for pointing that out, because I certainly was not aware of that, Counselor. Your mouth shut.
Sorry.
All right,
So-
we're
So
stalled.
can I move that we send this back to the planning commission to reword with guidance from
I'd
me,
second
Russ,
that.
or just guidance, or what do you want to do?
I think it has to go back regardless, so we can't vote to approve it.
Unless we are simply voting this down or voting it as is.
And that's a narrow scope, right? Just in that particular,
He said any change.
okay. No, I mean, as far as what I want to do is prepare the planning commission that they're not looking at the entire ordinance. They're just addressing what you guys have had some concern about, which was the parking,
So,
surface
but
parking.
can we, read that again? Can we actually make the change? It just has to go back to them?
So there's 2 things. You can move to amend it, and then it would go back to them for review and recommendation, and then you would come back and approve it at second final reading after they've.
So I understand that that seems to be what the statute says. But that would seem to make not any intuitive sense, since we would say, we're amending, we're sending back to you to recommend to us to consider what we just already said we wanted.
Yes.
I mean, doesn't that strike you as really
Yeah, but
odd?
the idea is like if there was a zoning ordinance where you were saying, look, in residential, for example, you can build this many houses and this many things, and planning commission recommends it and approve it, they have a public hearing, then it comes to y'all, you have your public hearing, then it comes to you for second reading, and you're like, actually, in residential, we're going to change it to where you have to conserve all this land. Then the public hasn't had any notice. So that's what the point of this is it goes back so that the public has notice and can comment during the process.
Okay.
So the easiest thing would be to just vote to approve.
That would be the easiest.
Yeah, I mean,
Or to reject.
You've really got you got four options. You can vote to approve, you can vote to not approve it, you can amend it, or you can ask John to just bring it back to Planning Commission to include what you've discussed at this meeting. You don't have to you can make a motion to just authorize John to attempt to make the changes y'all have suggested at this meeting and have Planning Commission review those.
So if we go that last option sounds the most palatable, in my mind, but then the question is, what is it that we are sending back? Is it to, I mean.
All right, what I heard is that we're going to get rid of driveway replacements. I know we can't ask a vote for that, but that's what I heard under F. And then I also heard that for the parking, I would just copy the wording we have for driveways, and instead of the word driveways, put in parking. Any new parking and parking replacements permitted after such and such a date shall be constructed of pervious materials.
Might be interesting to get the planning, not to add 5 more people to this, or is it 7? It might be interesting to hear the planning commission's thoughts on replacement, since we've been debating it and are fairly divided. Their thoughts on replacements for driveways from planning
I believe the
commission?
Planning Commission voted 5-1 already to move this forward to us.
That's their position. Yeah.
So could that mean that they don't want to make the change?
It'd still be recommendation. I mean, you guys.
Yeah, there's
still
no disrespect to Planning Commission, but on these issues, zoning ordinances, y'all legislate, they recommend.
But then, all right, but the question goes back to what you just read. If they refuse to make that change and they keep voting it down, then we're stuck in a circle.
No,
Then we
no,
do
'cause
have
it-
one of 2 options, vote to approve. or vote to
That's
not.
the thing.
No.
Yeah, we would need to make the amendment, send it back to them. They could either recommend it or not. But then we could act upon what we had already approved without having to send it back to them again.
Correct. And if the Planning Commission doesn't act within 30 days, it's deemed that they have recommended it.
Well, and even if
Yeah.
they recommend disapproval, it doesn't matter if we're not making any subsequent changes.
Well, they're meeting
And I think at
tomorrow,
the
so
end of
it's
the
not gonna be
day,
on-
the concern is that we just want to make sure the public has a due time. So going back to Planning Commission, they may come back and recommend the same thing, but we're giving the public the opportunity to basically be able to see the suggested changes, as opposed to it happening here today without actually noticing it.
They're not going to make 30 days, because it's not going to make tomorrow's agenda, so it's going to be at least 32
So,
days.
but again, can they,
Okay.
Gene is here, so we've got to.
let's say,
I was gonna put him on
let's
the
say
spot.
we approve what we want here. It's a change. So what you're saying, it has to go back to Planning Commission. What are their options? Can they amend what?
Yeah, so the next sentence, so it says, "No change or departure from the text as recommended by the local planning commission may be made pursuant to the hearing unless the change or departure first be submitted to the planning commission for review and recommendation. The planning commission shall have a time prescribed in the ordinance, which may not be more than 30 days, within which to submit its report and recommendation on the change to the governing authority," meaning y'all.
Okay, so they can't actually act to amend or to revise what we send back to them. They can only provide their advice. So therefore, we can't get in this endless circle. They
Right.
can't. They don't have the ability to change. No, we
They
disagree.
can say we recommend adopting the changes, or
but-
we don't recommend it, and
But then we
regardless
don't
of
have-
what
but
they
then we're not
say,
in
y'all
the
can
circle.
still act.
Yeah, but then we're not in the circle.
Is there time
Okay.
for them to do that by their meeting tomorrow?
They will have to do this at the January meeting.
Or they could call a special meeting.
Correct.
Okay, did you hear that? Are we ready to move forward?
Don't we need to vote?
Yes, we do.
Do you need
The
coffee?
motion is on, the motion is on, the original underlying motion is approval of what's before us. I'm now making or will entertain a motion to amend the document that is currently before council to strike and driveway replacements.
Right, correct?
In page, in 1228, page 3 of 10, insert, at that point in time, we can insert a date. That doesn't matter, it wouldn't affect you all. So we could literally insert today's date or 30 days from now.
30 days or
30 days from now when they would act. It doesn't really matter, I don't think. And then would further amend page 6 of 10, say that all new or replacement surface parking facilities shall be constructed of a pervious surface.
Perfect.
Should we vote on each of those separately?
Well,
Right now, it's a single, I'm entertaining a single motion. Is
so moved.
there a second?
I'm split on the two changes, so that's how I'm not seconding.
Right now, there's not a second.
Second.
Okay, now there's a second. Any further discussion?
On 6 of 10, say again what you want to say, just so I'm clear.
All new.
Where are you, number?
Newly.
Which number on this?
Newly constructed and
12.
replacement surface parking facilities.
Which number?
D12.
12, the
On
red.
page 6 of 10.
Okay, now read it, Brad.
All new and replacement surface parking facilities shall be constructed of a pervious surface.
I'm okay with that, but what if they're, come to you, John, and say we're repairing, not replacing?
Based on that language, it would not be required that they become permeable.
How do you define repair versus replace? If it's, they got 5 sections and they repairing one, they're just like resurfacing it, that's okay?
I think in that particular situation, our section, let me quote, 12 dash.
You don't have to read it, just
Yeah.
conceptually.
Essentially, there's a 50% threshold that we can apply in that particular situation where they would need to now meet the new standard.
Would that be 50% of the whole parking lot or 50% of these 10 spots?
What I would then encourage you guys, if you have something in your mind, we should write it down in this, as part of this particular code. Yeah.
Again, I think a plain language.
Let's go with what you said.
Replacement would mean replace the entire facility.
Jackhammering it up and.
Parking space or
Putting it in.
facility, but we could also still administratively
But you can also.
define a term that's specified, provided in the statute.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was gonna add, just to that point, like, even if there was an enlargement or something of that nature, maybe clarifying it that way as well, so that it's part of that language. So even if they're not replacing, but they're adding to an existing, those new existing should now be.
All newly constructed, enlarged, or replacement parking facilities shall be of a pervious surface.
I'm good with that. We'll do that administratively.
Well, resurfacing is different.
Resurfacing to me would be a repair.
Me too. It's maintenance.
Yeah.
We want,
That's what I said.
Okay.
If you guys, if it's just hypothetical, if it's an asphalt parking lot today and they're resurfacing that based on the ordinance as being proposed, we would now say that is now needs to be permeable, opposed to they're just resurfacing that asphalt driveway. So if that's what council's intentions are, I just want to capture what that intent is.
I think I'm with you on the interpretation, but if he's reading it that way, we probably should specify and spell out in ordinance what the intent is.
If they come in and do, the way I'm reading this, if they come in and do slurry seal over it, that's okay. If we don't want them to do slurry seal, we want them to, if it's cracked and buckling, we want them to dig it up, then we need to say that.
So, okay,
We-
that's beyond my capability then to define.
Just put the word repair. Just put the word repair.
Opposed to resurface. Resurface, it can be as is if you just
Well, I mean,
top coat.
repair, does that mean that they literally put some, asphalt in a concrete, in a crack in a concrete driveway or
But isn't
something?
that easier for him to say, okay, you can put some slurry seal over that rather than the other direction?
What I was saying, like, so if that asphalt driveway has just been done a long time ago, it's not really cracked or anything, it's just adding a top layer that makes it look much more improved, more fresh, then that would not be required. But if they were actually considering digging up now because of some roots or whatever, or have impacted now, that would be required.
When you were up northeast, you would put a fresh top of, float a coat of asphalt on top of your driveway to make it look brand new. That's not a repair. But if you're doing any kind of milling or jackhammering up, there you go, to repair.
I think it'd be easier just administratively if you just focused on what percentage of replacement opposed to resurfacing. So if they're doing a X number of percentage of that, then it would be required to be replaced. If not, then they
I
can
don't know the
say.
percentage if they're, I mean, does it matter if they're resurfacing 51%, 49%, or all of it? Is resurfacing is something that we
I mean,
want-
not resurfacing, so. Let me go back to the original intent here.
It's definitely cleaner.
Oh, okay.
Because otherwise, somebody, parking lot that wants to do repairs, I mean, walk over ordinance. Like if somebody
Yeah.
80 days to fix it, all piece of legal armor, which is why
Yep.
things.
What
This is the same way. If they built a parking lot and they need to do some repairs or mess with it, and we're gonna make them replace the parking lot with paper, we're probably gonna get sued.
What I was contemplating is that in those particular instances and in other instances, we'll see, a contractor try to come in and do a portion at a time. So we're not replacing it. We're just going to do this section, and then there's this section, and then after 3 or 4 sections, they've now replaced their entire parking area. So that's what I was trying to account for of unintended consequences, but maybe we are in the weeds here.
I mean, it's
People will think
legitimate.
that.
Yeah.
Do we pick a number like do construction or repair replacement of greater than 20% of the surface area?
Seems small. 20%.
Or you could use the little legalistic out, the repair or replacement of a material portion of the parking facility and just.
Mac's gonna hate that.
You can just leave it
That's
as-
just way too vague. Why don't you just
But
say,
that material is literally, that's the term that underpins the entire securities law and a host of other things.
Yeah, but that's just-
It's a pretty standard legal.
Or you can just
Way
leave.
too great.
The other option, just leave it discretionary to planning director, and if it's substantial, we can just have it, make sure that if it's substantial in the eyes of the planning director, that would now be required to be pervious.
Anything they would do, like in a parking lot, they need to pull a permit.
Correct.
Want to deal with that fight?
It's a yes or no question.
Well, drinks at 6 o'clock, just so I'm.
I know, we've still got a lot to go and we're.
Yeah. My dog's crossing his legs.
Any new construction, enlargement, or substantial repair or replacement of parking facilities as determined by the planning director shall be a pervious surface. All right.
Mac likes that, I'm okay with that. Even if Mac doesn't like it, I'm okay with it.
Gives a lot of discretion. I kind of like relying on the non-conforming use of
Okay.
cleaner. Parking lot, if it's more than 50%.
How, is that, so that, does that be, we do add that as a definition, or is that part of the operative provision?
That's included in our code.
Can you insert the word parking lot segments, or, so I'm thinking of sanctuary's got like parking lot like this, 50% of this, or does that be 50% of all 5 of the segments? Did you put the word segment in there? Is that the right word, or?
This still would be one facility, and, because it's responding to a use. So I think we would look at the entire. Yeah, because it'll minister once you start trying to parse out
So
some
you
of the.
want all 5 of that one way or the other?
Yeah, because all of those parking.
That makes sense.
Parking spaces are accounted for that use.
Okay.
Yeah. And you could ask, this is going back to the planning commission, you could have them have a much more thorough discussion with regards to
Well,
this.
but then we get in, that, yes, but then
And
we
then
get
they
into
bring
the
it-
circular.
Yeah, and then it's recommended
process.
back
If
to you
then-
all.
If we're just sending back to them for action,
No, yeah, they have everything else. It's just, I think you guys are talking about how to determine the percentage.
but I think we have to avoid any circularity, I think we have to actually,
You don't have to, but yeah, you want to, I guess, is what you want to do.
well, but if we don't, and then we're asking them to act, if we disagree with what they do,
Right.
then we're back.
Then it has to go back, right?
Yeah.
Why don't we do one thing at a time? Are you okay with F, with the way we just revised driveway replacements? You're taking that out. Let's get some progress here.
Yes.
We're okay with that driveway replacement, okay. So now we're just dealing with parking, right?
Well, I mean, so we're not dealing with the issue of what constitutes replacement if we're deleting and driveway replacements
Yeah.
at that point.
Yeah, so it sounds like that's agreed upon. Then why don't we just say, all new parking must be constructed of a pervious surface? Why don't we do the same kind of strategy, all new?
The issue there is got, like, take, for example, East Beach Conference Area, the old East Beach. You've got a ton of parking there. They're gonna be redeveloping all of that. Is that?
So why don't we make it 2 different sentences? All new parking must be pervious. All replacement parking has to also be pervious, and be done with it. Just make 2 separate sentences, rather than trying to amend them together.
Still, that's fine. I'm not sure what that in
All
itself would solve
replacement
for. We still
parking-
need to define, we're still in the issue of what constitutes
Okay,
replacement.
all replacement parking greater than 50% of the surface area of the parking, close paren, must be pervious.
That consistent with what you were,
Yeah, but it gets back to the point about what about, they've got a parking lot here, and there's
Yeah.
a road, and there's another parking lot here. Is it 50% of that segment or of the whole, which is where the zoning administrator discretion is maybe better than the 50% non-conforming use?
So how would you write it, Mac?
You want to spend some time batting around, or?
Yeah, maybe y'all's motion is to make the changes you've said, but for the lawyer and planner to work on a better definition of replacement.
Can we do that?
Yeah,
on
let them
second
come
reading?
back with the answer.
Can we
Let
do
them come
that
back
on
with the
second
answer.
reading and still send
Yeah,
it to?
because that, whatever we would recommend, like whatever we would change it to, would solve this problem we're trying to solve here. That would go to planning commission and then come to you.
Okay, I'm back to my original, was entertaining the motion to, which I thought, wait, was I would.
I think you probably have to rescind your motion, and then we'll start over again.
Okay.
That probably would be cleaner.
Russ, don't mess with it. It's too late. Come on.
I'm trying to do these minutes. It's going to take me hours.
Just go from the beginning to the very end and leave out all the stuff
Yeah,
in
leave out the
between. Leave out the middle.
Get my whiskey comment?
That's actually true. Just leave out the middle. Really, there's nothing to be gained.
What we're deleting and driveway replacements on 310. We are revising 12 to say all the
We're going to say
newly
two
constructed,
sentences.
I don't think it doesn't gain us anything. All newly constructed, new and construction and replacement of surface parking facilities shall be of a pervious surface, and we will ask council and the planning director to come up with language to appropriately define replacement.
That is perfect.
Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to, just based on your, just based on your earlier comment about the intended sort of intent of the, adding that in that first clause, if this, you wanted to capture that, I was going to just, doesn't need to be, I think, part of this motion, but I was making sure that that was included as part of the record. That
Yes, and council and planning director will include an appropriately worded clause to make sure that F, 1228(1)F actually is referenced in concept in 1228(1). So we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
All opposed?
Aye.
Now we are voting on the underlying motion. So as amended, any further conversation, discussion? All in favor?
What was the underlying?
The change?
It's
that you
this
just did.
changed ordinance, second final reading of this ordinance.
With the changes we just discussed?
Yes.
Yes, okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Opposed?
I voted aye, by the way.
Uh,
You propose both of them?
Opposed to both?
Both,
First one, second one.
correct.
Both.
Both. I voted aye for both.
Okay. All right. Where the heck is my? All right, this next one, hopefully, we can move through very quickly. Tab 6, this is the non-conforming uses.
You're tab 6.
The non-conforming uses modification. This deals with the timber settlement. This was language that was agreed to by council for timbers and town attorney and Ross Appel. And we didn't really have any prior conversation on this the last time around. I would entertain a motion for approval of the ordinance 2024-25 submitted on second and final reading.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion?
None.
Nope.
Thank
In
you. Okay with all
favor?
this?
Yeah, so Ross and I have reviewed it, negotiated it, we're good with it, and if we want the timbers case settled, we need to approve it as is.
Just for the record, this will be 4-0. Councilmember Spencer has stepped away.
Still would have passed, so.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
New business. Consider approval of the 2025 town meeting schedules. Tab 7. Entertain a
Move to
motion.
approve?
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I do want to talk to you further about the Marsh Management Committee and whether we change. Doesn't have
That
to be
is discussed with the town administrator. There are a number of modifications, tweaks to standing committee charters.
Yeah.
We can certainly incorporate some action on the Marsh Management Committee in conjunction with that, and constitution or reconstitution of a modified Public Works Committee.
Okay.
That's all. The intention is for that to come forward before council in the January meeting.
That is the only comment I had.
And
That
Mike,
is the only comment I had.
just my education, like say tax and audit, those are not part of the formal scheduling there as needed?
I believe they are as needed.
That's correct.
Great, okay, thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The meeting schedule is approved. New business item B under tab 8. This is the approval of the state tax funding recommendations. This was acted upon or by the Ways and Means Committee earlier today, and the committee recommended to town council approval of the recommendations that had been made by the state tax committee. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, it is.
Councilmember Berner, any questions?
None.
Can I-
Although we didn't vote on it.
Yeah,
May
do
I
I have
just-
a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Just again, real briefly, the three major issues were, one, how do we think about the philosophy of providing state tax money? Two was to expand its use to something beyond what we're doing. And three was, we are using state tax money for beach renourishment, which is specifically allowed in state tax money, and this has been budgeted in here. So those are kind of the three main things we discussed.
All in favor?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, before you vote, I just want for clarification that you brought up for Barrier Island, because we said it should be part of the contract. If it's voted on, do we then go in and amend the contract to include the service? How do we do that? How do we act on that? Since that was a recommendation by our legal counsel that really we should own the equipment and then lease it to them or put it into their contract.
Yeah, so we should own the equipment, rent it to them for $1 a year,
Yeah.
and be specific about the uses, that it's only for tourism-related uses.
Correct, and that's part of the-
beach.
Well,
Right,
so
so I
that
wasn't sure
brings
how we
the
wanna do
question,
that.
was the
Beach safety.
funding request was for Barrier Island,
Correct, and that was my question.
not
How-
for the town.
That's correct, that's why I'm asking you, because of that, do you guys pull theirs out and not fund them, knowing that maybe the town use has restricted funds, which can be, and then we essentially
Okay, we
update the
may
contract?
need to, yes, amend, that's right, because the state tax committee's recommendation was Barrier Island
Barrier
submitted a funding request, and what we approved earlier today, and didn't give sufficient thought to that, thank you, Stephanie, was that that's maybe not appropriately money that should go to Barrier Island. Then, but the town is not now the beneficiary of an ATAX funding request. We would simply have to make a decision to.
Correct,
Well, I
and
think technically, and I spoke to Mike, or whatever his name is.
Mike,
The last time he bought the equipment last time, this is for a software update, was the biggest piece of the money in this, if I recall.
and that's what I was going to say, is that one of the things is that we have to go back and look, but you as council, you guys, I guess, it was just a recommendation, so you could recommend that, that essentially the town become the applicant where appropriate. We can look at the application and maybe say it's a joint application right now with the town and Barrier, and then things that is equipment, we go ahead and move it over to the town. Things that's not, we leave it with them. Could we do that?
Or, and maybe this is what you said, if I interpret you right, maybe is in the contract, they need to return the equipment to the town at the end of the contract. Because he may have said, because of their licenses, they needed to own the equipment because they were the authorized flyer.
Yeah, we have I think when we may have the same authorization on our team as well. So
Okay.
So we may be able to still own that and then lease it to them, or however we may do it. It's easier today. That's why I said maybe we just, for now, put us both on there as a joint applicant, and then we're able to figure it out kind of afterwards, how we can do this.
That's what I would do. I am not familiar with drone laws and all that, but it may be that you can't lease a drone. You may actually have to own it and have it registered in your name, et cetera, et cetera. So we just need to work through that.
Yeah, let's follow up with him about that. And then, but in the contract, regardless, we should say that into the contract, the drone is returned to the town.
Correct.
And that keeps us out of trouble.
Correct.
So essentially, we're going to be approving the State Tax Committee recommendation, with the State Tax Committee recommendations, which the Ways and Means Committee recommended to council, with the caveat that the funding request on the behalf of Barrier Island Ocean Rescue is subject to resolution of ownership and control issues.
Correct.
Yep, I'm okay with that.
That'd be good.
A motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next agenda item, consideration approval of the proposal for comprehensive landscape maintenance and related services under tab 9. The Ways and Means Committee actually deferred that matter, so we do not need to consider it now. It may or may not necessitate a brief, well, I wouldn't hope with brief, a special call meeting at some time this month. It depends on whether or not we get our act together and the current incumbent providers willing to go on a month-by-month service until we resolve this issue. The last agenda item of new business is consider approval of Resolution 2024-05. This is adoption and implementation of new and updated accounting policies and procedures. There are kind of three drivers to this. I was kind of the principal laboring oar on much of it, but it's also been reviewed by Councilmember Farrell, staff, and Dorota had to leave earlier. She would have talked about some of this, as well as been reviewed by audit committee members. Purposes were primarily and most importantly to tighten up gaps in policies and procedures and implement best practices with regard to expenses and reimbursements and the policies for issuing checks. There were a couple of instances in which we didn't have two people signing off on expenditures, and that's been addressed. It was the document was revised to more accurately reflect the roles and responsibilities of various parties, including the mayor, town administrator, and the council under our form of government. And the third was to better reflect different titles and roles and responsibilities in the finance department. Can I entertain a motion for approval of the revised accounting policies?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Go ahead.
I just have a couple of minor things that are probably administrative. But on page 23, and maybe this is just a typo, at the end, or the second paragraph in section 2, for purchases less than, I think that's supposed to be $5,000, not 500, page 23 in the blue, that are not specifically budgeted. That's the one, something that's beyond typo, so with that, I'll stop.
I think three quick things. One's very administrative. On page 7, should town treasurer become before finance department, just order of precedence? Just flip those paragraphs, I don't know.
I'm sorry.
Page 7, should town treasurer be listed before finance department? Just order of precedence. I'm online. Is it different? Four, sorry. 7 in PDF. It's page 4. Near the bottom.
So the treasurer is.
But she is the head of the finance department.
That's what I was
I think
Just flip
it's
'em.
more appropriately the treasurer be ahead of the finance department. That's fine.
And then Mr. Fernandez's comments about just documenting at the end of the quarter, what the time frame would be to make the publicly available?
I think we can just do that as a matter of policy. I'm not, I
Okay.
mean, as a matter of practice. I'm not sure it necessarily.
Doesn't need to be in there. Okay.
It just opens the door if you miss it because somebody's out and somebody brings a suit, 'cause you violated your policy. I wouldn't put it in there.
Okay, and then one other question. Because it revolves around accounting standards, should the audit and finance committees be included in here in the org chart and in the definitions or not?
Well, we don't have a finance committee.
The audit.
We do have an audit committee, but I'm not sure what,
Because they're auditing the accounting, that's the only correlation I was coming up with.
well, there's certainly, they are in here. I'm not sure how we would reflect them in the org chart. I mean, unless we want to put all committees.
Probably don't need to if you're just trying to reflect staff. Okay.
And we'll make those changes. There are a couple of other I noticed a little edits. A couple times we go towns, comma, apostrophe S issued credit cards rather than just town hyphen issued credit cards, and a couple of other little grammatical changes that will also be made, but no other substantive. Those fairly minor and stylistic modifications. Any further conversation?
I might have one more on page 17.
Okay.
Under the treasurer, number 4. I would be explicit and say reports to the mayor, the audit committee, and town council breaches detected in the system.
I'm sorry, the number 4 in the treasurer?
Number 4, under treasurer, about reporting breaches. I would be explicit, report to the mayor,
That's fine.
to the audit committee, and the town council.
So back to page 4, which seems to have the most substantive edits. Mac, is that lifted straight from state statute?
Pretty much. Before, it bore very
Looks
little
like there was
relation.
nothing before.
What you'll see is what was all the red stuff, was all that was there, and it did not connect with the state statute at all.
So is that now 100% consistent with state statute?
It is, I believe it is, I don't think quite verbatim, but it may be verbatim pulled from the, or close to that, from the Mask Municipal Society of South Carolina description.
I don't see anything that jumps out as like obviously inconsistent with it.
So Brad, I just have what I think is something that is missing in here qualitatively. When the audit committee, when the audit financial guy came in last month, I guess, I asked him the question, did he do a controls audit? And he said he did not. So looking through here, I don't see any procedure or any reference to having a controls audit, just a financial audit. I think we should have that.
Well, we are going to have that, and that's, the audit committee, that's going to be kind of job one is, you don't have a controls audit typically isn't done, not necessarily done every year, it can be,
But that's just not referenced in here anywhere, that's all. That's the whole. Should we mention in here something about a controls audit?
I'm not sure that's really an accounting policy or procedure. That is something certainly the audit committee can require the town to undertake. And that's certainly the plan.
I kind of think it belongs in here, just to make sure the controls and the processing of checks and stuff. The financial guy's just looking to make sure the numbers are all there, but it's the process is not.
But that's not that's not an accounting policy. What the internal control is internal control audit is intended to do is are these the appropriate policies? And has the town actually followed?
Yeah, I was going
policy?
to, it's more important, I was going to
Yeah.
wait for that. That, it's
But-
just the
but
policies are being
That's what the
followed.
internal control audit is. That's not an internal, that's not an accounting policy and procedure itself. Now, as a matter of policy that I just don't, not sure it's embedded in here, we can, the town council, and it will come back to the town council for approval. There'll have to be a recommendation
Yep.
for the town to expend the funds to undertake an internal control audit. And I assume that will be happening with the first audit committee meeting.
Correct.
So that's going to
So
happen.
that's just the outflow of the audit committee, a controls kind of audit?
Well, the audit committee is responsible under its charter
I guess that makes sense.
for basically hiring and monitoring the audit process.
Okay. Got it. All right, I guess that makes sense. Okay.
But good point about the necessity for, internal control review. If there are any other further changes, comments?
Well, I just want to say, Mr. Berner, I'm hopeful we'll get some more talent on the audit committee. And that would be something I would want, something specifically with somebody who's got controls experience. Because I certainly don't. And nobody on the audit committee really seems to have any controls experience. So it is a weakness we've recognized. It is something we do need to audit. And hopefully we get some, but if we don't, we're going to just proceed down that path with doing it, whether it goes in here or not. Maybe it does in the future, but it's a great question.
And the charter of the audit committee is more expansive than what has really been historically undertaken by the audit committee heretofore.
Oh, I know. I asked that question, and that's what I understand that. But
Apart
it
from
has to
the
be
audit
done.
itself, the audit committee. Yeah.
All right, that makes sense. I'm fine with that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. I believe we are at the end of our business agenda. Citizen comments. I see none. Council member comments.
Yes.
Yes.
I think the single biggest threat to this community is flooding. I think it's really unconscionable that we don't do everything in our power to mitigate against that single biggest risk. I think that's the first thing that we owe to the community, is that level of protection that we can provide. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Kay. Hearing no other council member comments, we are adjourned.
Thank you.